was gonna do one of the big signs to put in the grass. We have an expo marker somewhere. I don't know. No. Oh, God. Oh, Hi Cindy, where are you at? No, you're not the only one. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Yes. No. And we sent out an email last night that had 686 County Road 42 Walden, Colorado on it. And then. Yeah, and because we had a lot of people. Yeah, and we have signage out there, so hopefully that will help as well. Yeah, and then it's just, I don't know, half a mile, if that, right out of town. Yes. No. Yes. Okay, thanks. Bye-bye. Hope everybody finds it. Yeah. I have some issues. But we have plenty of time this morning. Senator Bennett's office is in and I'll Cooper's office, right?
Well, I think something else.
McKenna Grace were both supposed to have, Raven is traveling somewhere else, she can write us online. Then you. Might have.
Please go back.
On this road now. We sent out an email out that the guys come in and said, it's Jackson County Fairgrounds, Rock Center, building, so. It's on the agenda, yeah.
Where'd you guys stay?
The North Park,
That's where I was.
yeah,
That's all right.
yeah, it was nicer than the ones in Pagosa, the one that we stayed at.
Did you have a ship all over those?
Yeah.
What Pagosa's now? I think we need to do. I want to do Montrose and Gunnison next year.
Yeah, well, we're doing. Gunnison.
Summer and then. Some other place. Fall. Second. I'll keep it with 1/3 my third.
Oh, here it is. Gunnison and Eagle. Yeah. Oh, so I GIS. Yes, absolutely. You have cash too.
More than Google, then you sit next to a network.
There is, I was gonna say, I can unplug one of those. Okay.
I got a question. Sure. The roundtable reporter position, can that be held by a member?
Well, I don't know why.
I'm gonna check it out.
Yeah, I've got the bylaw cleared out at home, but I don't think that's a problem, right? Are there charts? All that.
Let's turn out this week. They ordered this week. The Center of Communications. In February, started in February, the health news label, and it's. Yeah.
Yeah, so. Well, that's just. Oh, no. Oh, maybe it's an EV2.
Better to do that.
Brittany, do I need to sign in or anything?
Not yet, once the meeting starts, they'll pass around the sign-in sheet. But other than that, you're just good to go unless you want a name tag. Okay.
Yeah, I'm sure it's gonna be there. Oh, that's. Yeah, there's. This one is the. Yeah. Well, like that.
Yeah. Yeah.
Well. Thinking about it. Uh-oh. Trying to look at you. Just come. My bylaw was silent. You know,
The shorter response. Yeah, well, Yeah, I'm so sorry to be this. They just have to be scheduled right during the meeting. Yes. I did, yeah.
Brittany did a good job getting set.
Well, thank you.
Yeah. After the conversation, we will go ahead and get started here in just a couple of minutes.
which track and field, and I believe her and I communicated about her pole vaulting in Colorado yesterday.
I was on the team for the first semester.
I remember that, so, thank you everyone for being in Jackson County, this is what I've envisioned for Jackson County is trying to attract more events like this, so I really appreciate everyone, coming up here, I think there's a lot of issues that are gonna be discussed that Jackson County's on the forefront of, and so, again, I really appreciate everyone being here, I'll be in and out, today and tomorrow, hopefully I'll see everyone, this evening too. I want to make one other introduction, the chairman of our Board of County Commissioners is here, Kobe Corporal, Kobe, stand up. So he'll be around soon, so. Any questions, grab Kobe or grab myself, and, yeah, it's a great 2 days, thanks again, I appreciate it.
So we are going to be moving forward with our agenda today. We might have a couple of breaks because we had an unexpected couple of folks that aren't able to join us today, but we are so pleased to be joined by the Congresswoman's office, McKenna Farley, who's the Western Field representative, to give us a couple of remarks from her office.
Good morning, everyone. And bear with me today, it's a longer update. And also, I skipped over some things because I forgot my glasses at the hotel. Okay, so they're not readers yet, but they are descriptive, so I don't know. As we said, my name is McKenna Farley. I'm the Western Colorado Field Representative for Congressman Boebert. I'm hoping to be representing this here today. The Congressman started the 118th Congress, being an extremely effective legislator, and has been getting a lot done for the district I would like to update you all on today. Since January, she has passed multiple bills through the House of Representatives with bipartisan support and 26 of 26 amendments through the House. 25 of which had strong bipartisan support. Just yesterday, 2 bills passed out of committee, and 6 of Congresswoman Boebert's amendments increasing services for veterans passed to the House. These amendments will increase the availability of medical services, reduce VA claims backlog, increase resources for suicide prevention and mental health care for veterans living in rural areas, increase funding for military funerals in areas without VA national cemeteries, increase resources for veterans telehealth, and construct additional extended care facilities for veterans and more, with many incentives to come. Every Colorado Democrat leadership, and even Nancy Pelosi voted for her amendment requiring the Biden White House to publish the inflation impact from any new executive orders and new federal regulations on their list. That amendment passed 386 to 31. In relation to some of the topics we have been covering today, the Congresswoman has been working closely with Senator Hickenlooper and local stakeholders to reauthorize the, the Upper Colorado and San Juan recovery programs. These programs provide Endangered Species Act compliance to ensure 2,500 water projects, including 1,200 in Colorado, to continue to function and provide legal certainty for water users throughout Colorado, New Mexico, Utah, and Wyoming. This important piece of water legislation was introduced in the House on July 7th and then referred to the Committee on Water, Wildlife, and Fisheries, where they will be conducting a hearing on the bill today. We expect this bill to pass committee, and another bill we expect to be signed into law this Congress. This bill, at its introduction in the House, we have an enormous amount of support from stakeholders, with 32 letters of support sent to our office and more anticipated for the hearing today. For reference, this bill number is HR 4596. Another one of Congressman's water bills, HR 3675, the Western Water Accelerated Revenue Repayment Act, also recently received a hearing in the Natural Resources Committee. Just like homeowners can pay off their mortgage early if they want to, this bill allows agriculture and municipal water users to use a similar authority to voluntarily pay off water delivery and water storage costs they owe the federal government. As long as the repayment obligation exists, federal strings are attached such as onerous paperwork requirements and limitations on how much acreage a farmer can claim. When this authority was authorized from 2016 to 2020, 86 contractors prepaid what they owed the federal government, generating $344 million into a specific account for new water storage. Given the historic drought and water challenges we have had in Colorado and the West, it is clear that we need more storage to be capturing more water in which we are able to serve. The Florida Water Conservancy District in Durango utilized the repayment option included in this bill back in 2019 for the Lemon Dam. They support this bill and call this process smooth as silk and highly recommend other contractors to take advantage of this authority when it is permanently extended after this bill becomes law. This bill did pass the Natural Resources Committee yesterday afternoon. We expect it to receive a vote in the House in the coming weeks. Additionally, the Congresswoman has worked with Senators Bennett and Hickenlooper to reintroduce the House Companion to the bipartisan and bicameral Dolores River National Conservation Area and Special Management Area Act. This bill permanently eliminates the potential designation of a wild and scenic river designation. The legislation protects private property and prevents the seizure of water rights by the federal government. This bill also allows for traditional uses in the area to continue, including motorized use, grazing, mineral development, and uranium production. The Congressman is optimistic we will also get this legislation passed for the people of Southwest Colorado. In April, Congressman Boebert introduced the Pueblo Jobs Act to create at least 1,000 jobs for the Pueblo region and allow continued investment in the city for years to come after the Pueblo Chemical Depot visits. Without this legislation, the Army will bulldoze the state-of-the-art facility, squander tens of millions of dollars, and the Development Authority won't be able to move forward with the current plans it has for job creation and economic development. The Congresswoman was able to get this bill attached as an amendment to the National Defense Authorization Act that passed the House via unanimous bipartisan consent. The NDAA passed the House with bipartisan support. Additionally, the Congressman voted in favor of the NDAA's passage, which included the largest military pay raise in more than 20 years of 5.2%, authorizes over $240 million to reduce out-of-pocket housing costs, authorizes $113 billion over the budget request for new military child care center, and authorizes $280 million to build new schools for military children, among many other items. In March, 2 of Congressman Boebert's bills and an additional amendment passed the House with bipartisan support as a part of HR 1. Additionally, her Jordan Cove amendment passed, also included in HR 1. These two bills are the American Energy Act, which passed the House as sections 20212 and 20217 of HR 1, and the 90-day Review Act was passed as an amendment. The American Energy Act will extend the length of drilling permits, ensuring energy producers will be able to spend more time producing American energy and less time jumping through bureaucratic hoops. Additionally, extending the length of drilling permits will reduce the number of reapplications, reducing the burden on the Bureau of Land Management. Ultimately, this will alleviate the unacceptable backlog, streamline permitting reviews, increase American energy production, and decrease energy prices for consumers. Congressman Boebert's American Energy Act also fixes the problem caused by activist judges and environmentalist litigants by reducing the power of judges to unilaterally vacate energy leases that were approved by the Bureau of Energy. Specifically, the American Energy Act ensures that the Department of Interior continues to process APDs under a valid existing lease regardless of any unrelated civil action, and extends the term of the APD from 2 years to 4 years, and requires courts to remand lease sale EISs to agencies to remedy when necessary, rather than allowing judges with a political agenda to simply vacate these leases. Congressman Boebert's 90-day Review Act shortens the length of time from 150 days to 90 days that a party can file a petition for judicial review of a permit, license, or approval of a major infrastructure project. By streamlining the federal litigation timeline, the legislation will help reduce frivolous lawsuits, cut red tape, and help critical infrastructure projects move forward in a more timely manner. This bill will reduce the amount of time it takes to construct real and important infrastructure projects like highways, bridges, railways, and dams. and other important projects that will improve the lives of people in Colorado's third district and across America. Within regards to the Jordan Pipeline Amendment that passed, the Jordan Cove Pipeline Project had bipartisan support and was supported by U.S. Senators Michael Bennett, then Governor John Hickenlooper, the Colorado Senate, the Denver Post, the Grand Junction Daily Sentinel, and local governments in western Colorado, including Mesa, Garfield, Rio Blanco, Moffett, and Broward, and Delta counties. The Jordan Cove Pipeline was ultimately approved by the Federal Energy Regulatory Commission. The pipeline would have transported Colorado natural gas to the West Coast for domestic use and be exported to our allies in the Pacific as they prioritize. Producing and transporting American energy domestically is key to securing American energy dominance, stabilizing energy prices, and enhancing American national security. The pipeline would have invested in rural Colorado for years to come, creating 6,000 jobs and generating $100 million in state and local tax revenue annually. Additionally, it would have helped the environment by decreasing pollution globally, since American natural gas is the cleanest in the world and 42% cleaner than Russian gas. Additionally, HR 1, the Lower Energy Costs Act, will reduce energy prices by enacting America First energy policy, by prohibiting the president from banning fracking, deregulating the export of American natural gas, immediately resuming quarterly energy lease sales on federal land, ending a moratorium on coal energy leasing, encouraging domestic production of critical minerals, and repealing Biden's tax increases, among many, many other actions. So thank you guys for sticking with me. Of course, more to come tomorrow. These are the topics. So thank you. I forgot to say something. Yes.
We there? Yeah. Thank you, McKenna, for that presentation and the update. It just coincidentally, Mrs. Spackler and I were talking about permitting reform just before we got started here. The bill that's tackling the infrastructure permitting is transmission lines, electric transmission lines included. I mean, if not, we should.
Yeah, and I have to look into the specifics of the bill more thoroughly, but in my understanding, it was all infrastructure projects where it included that. So I just don't have the listed out here. Yeah, of course.
I have a question.
Yeah.
So on the bill that you mentioned about paying off loans early, is there a bill number associated with that? I would like to track that so I can find more info. Do you have a bill number?
Yes, and as for the Western Water Accelerated Revenue Rate?
I think so.
Okay, it is HR 3675.
Thank you.
Kenneth, thanks. First off, I'm going to remind all of our participants, if you don't mind, when you ask a question, introduce yourself. That's for the benefit of everybody here. So Brad McLeod, Grand Junction, Colorado Excel Energy, current chair for Club 20. Get that out of the way. Thanks, Merritt. Secondly,
Retro status. I'm Merritt, the Grand County Commissioner.
thank you, Merritt. Secondly, just on behalf of Club 20, I'd like to say we appreciate the fact that the Congressman makes an effort every time, makes it a priority to have someone here and talking to us and sharing information and listening to this body every opportunity. So if you wouldn't mind passing it on, saying thank you for making sure that this has remained a priority.
Of course, and thank you very much. And I forgot to add, she is in DC for votes this week. Thank you so much. Always happy to be here.
Any last questions? Okay. Now, since we are a little early, we are going to hop into a quick 10-minute break before we get started with the Energy Committee meeting.
That's great. Very good.
Wow. Must all be really tired all of it.
Yeah, we're all-
And the slides, they bring them.
If everyone can take their seat. We'll get started here. So welcome to Club 20 Policy Committee meetings. Before we begin, our first order of business, would like you to join us in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the citizen and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible. Thank you. So in accordance with bylaws, we ask that only current Club 20 members participate and vote on matters of policy development. If you are interested in becoming a Club 20 member, please see a member of our staff for more information. Or Ray. Ray is the main guy. Thank you. Thank you, Mary. Discussion is open to members and guests and is a critical part of our committee meetings. When asking a question, as Brad mentioned earlier, or making a comment, please not only use the microphone and speak loudly, but also identify yourself and who you're with. For those seated in front of tabletop microphones, please do not turn on your microphone until the committee chair has acknowledged you, and then turn off your microphone once you are finished speaking. For those in the back of the room and the side of the room over here, Club 20 staff will be walking around with a microphone for you to use if you have a question or comment. We will now ask the folks who are joining us virtually to introduce themselves, and I will allow Brittany to cover that.
Joining us online, we have Caitlin Carey, Chris Treese, Keely Ellis with OEdit, Liz Smith, Gunnison County, Raven Finnegan from Representative Obert's office, Stacia Cannon, Steve Harris, and Callie Hendrickson with the White River and Douglas Creek Conservation Group.
Thank you, Brittany. And for those of you online, if at any point you have questions, please raise your hand or do what you need to get Brittany's attention. She will be monitoring that and we will get to those questions as you have them. Next, we will ask everyone in the room to introduce themselves. Don't forget to introduce yourself and who you're with, and we will go around the room and we'll begin with Steve.
I'm Steve Child. I'm a Pickens County Commissioner and I'm a Club 20 representative from Pickens County. I'm Arwin Jeffries from Wolfpack County. Brandon Bainer, Colorado Congress.
Lois Dunn, Basic County.
Morning, I'm Ron Dixon. I'm with CCL. I'm a conservative caucus co-chair in the state of Colorado.
And Beckett Hall, Moffett County.
Merritt Linkey, Grand County Commissioner.
Rebecca Ranchand for Mayor Linky Incorporated and former Moffett County Commissioner and co-chair for Transportation Policy. Membership chair for Club 20. Thanks.
I got more microphones and I know it's a big list. Michael Murphy, Hinsdale County Chair-elect, Telecommunications Co-Chair.
Kelsey Mira, Westfield Koga, Portland, Colorado. Nancy Kim.
Brad McLeod, Club 20 Chair.
Kathy Thackler, individual member from Durango and volunteer with Citizens Climate Lobby. Marty Whitmore, Ouray County and co-chair of Water.
Wendell Coons, Delta County Commissioner and Chair for Gunnison Basin. And I drive a truck for Governor Dutton's train station.
Nancy Fishering, Montrose, co-chair for Public Lands Natural Resources Committee. Cindy Dozier, I'm from Montrose County, former Hinsdale County Commissioner, former Club 20 Board Chair. And I sit on executive committee now, and I do want to make a public announcement right now. Ray Beck gave up his hotel room so that I had a place to sleep tonight. So I say we give Ray Beck a round of applause.
Jeff Comstock, Moffett County, and I sit up for 22nd.
Tom Harned, Eagle County, former chair.
Eric Rules, Mason County, sheep and lamb and coal mining advocate.
Bonnie Peterson, Mason County.
And then go start with Mark.
Our factor Durango.
Sarah Carlisle, Tri-State.
Farley, McKenna Farley, Congressman Boger's office, Western Colorado Field Representative.
RG Joy with Colorado Housing and Finance Authority, your Western Slope representative.
Esther Coons, Hotchkiss, Colorado, Delta County.
Emma McMullen with Speaker McCluskey's office and Summit County.
John Fishering from Montrose County.
Bonnie Brown, Executive Director for the Colorado Wool Growers.
Good morning, Jeff Bird. I'm an attorney in Grand Junction.
Oracle, Jackson County Commissioner. Matt Canterbury with Jackson County. Adam Frisch, Pickens County.
Andrea Fields, Clinical Public Affairs.
And thank you. And again, I'm Derek Elder. I'm with Grand Valley Power in Grand Junction, Colorado.
Eric.
Something I should have mentioned, I didn't, but for all this not a pretty long time, is hello from Dorothy King. She's doing well. She's got it, her hands full, she's doing well. She wanted to say hi to everybody.
Thank you. Lastly, before we get started, just want to make sure we thank our sponsors. The venue and lunch sponsors is Colorado Space Business Roundtable. Big thank you to them. And then the committee sponsor, Grand Valley Power in Grand Junction, Colorado, probably the best RV in the state. Shameless plug, I've learned well from Brad.
Oh, thanks, so energy.
If at this time, I think we will begin with our energy presentation. The last couple meetings, you know, I work in the electric field, the electric industry. And I felt we kind of presented quite a few things that relate to electricity. And so in an effort not to hijack this committee presentation and continue to focus on electricity, I thought we wanted to kind of focus back and give a chance to the oil and gas industry, probably one of the largest industries within Club 20's footprint. And so I reached out to Chelsea Mira and asked her to kind of give us a presentation on legislative update, the outlook, and then at the end of that, my name is on as a placeholder kind of to also give the electric industry perspective about the legislative update. After Chelsea though, we do have we have our company attorney, Jeff Hurd, in attendance, and he also represents DMA and White River Electric. So in place of me after Chelsea, I've asked Jeff Hurd to give a legislative update from a utility perspective of 3 cooperatives on the western slope of Colorado. And I think he'll give a better perspective rather than a Grand Valley Power perspective. So thank both of them, Chelsea and Jeff, for being here and willing to do this. So Chelsea, I'll turn it over to you.
Thank you. Thanks for having me. picture up there is my favorite one. It was a week after my wedding and 10 years ago. So anytime that shows up. I think I know most people in the room. I'm Chelsea Mira. I'm Executive Director with West Slope Colorado Oil and Gas Association. West Slope native, came back to the hometown to raise babies a few years ago and couldn't be more excited. My folks grew up in Durango. Great grandparents came to Ignacio. Other great grandparents were in Glenwood Springs. So just super proud of our West Slope resiliency and toughness that we've had to have over these last couple legislative sessions, and this is no different for sure. So what I thought I'd do, just kidding. There's quite a lot we could dive into. And so what I thought I would do is give you kind of high level what we've seen, what we're dealing with, some of the implications of those, and what we see in our near future for more rulemakings and legislative efforts, but then maybe turn it more into Q&A quicker than not, or conversation. I'm also all for you interrupting me. If there's something you want to talk about, feel free to just jump on in. We'll try to get through it all at the end. Is kind of exciting, I guess. But so with that, we'll get going. And I have my computer so I can keep up. The fonts on some of these slides are going to get small, and I apologize for that. I know Brittany has the slides where I'm happy to email you guys information too. So if you can't see something, happy to talk through it, but I'll also happy to see my sources and my slides. So just wanted to give a quick overview of what I thought I'd touch on. If there's something that you guys are like, we don't care about that, just like do me or throw something and we'll just move on. So I do think it's important that we cover who at the state level regulates, primarily regulates the oil and gas industry here. We have no shortage of regulatory oversight. I truly believe that's how it should be. We are a highly regulated industry, but we should be. So we obviously have our federal regulators, but at the state level, there's been a little change. So we have the PUC that does a lot of our transmission pipeline work, that has had some rulemaking. CDPHE and the Air Pollution Control Division. We've had a lot of rulemakings there lately that we'll go over. You'll see in the bottom left corner, there's a new name that came out of this session too, but the Colorado Oil and Gas Conservation Commission is now the Colorado Energy and Carbon Management Commission, so ECMC, and then the Colorado Energy Office. In saying, and I've already alluded to it, the industry's gone through more than, or about 30 rulemakings over the last 10 years. We have completely revamped how we are regulated in this industry. A big chunk of that came after Senate Bill 19181. And so came into this role at the beginning of 2020, got right into mission change rulemaking, which was no small feat. And that has only continued. We've had huge financial assurance rulemakings. We will be going through a worker certification rulemaking. I do think that that's another one where we collaborate as a consensus rulemaking, Ms. Beckler. So there is hope. I was trying to think about like the positive. I'm usually an optimist, but the last 4 years have kind of beat me down. So I'm a little bit cynical these days. So this is kind of our overview of what we've gone through in the state the last decade. It has been no insignificant effort, and the attorneys are making a lot of money. This is really what we've seen as the big changes at CDPHE. This font color is terrible for you guys. I'm so sorry. I don't know. Can you see this at all?
I can try to change it as we go.
Yeah, that's right. I think that'll be right. We've really seen a lot of effort around environmental justice. Was anybody in the room aware of the environmental justice rulemaking efforts? Environmental Justice Action Task Force. Sorry, a little bit. There is a lot of Western Colorado in our rural communities that are mapped as disproportionately impacted communities. I do think it is important for county commissioners, for projects moving forward. It's not just targeted at the oil and gas industry, anything that would have emissions, the CHIPS Act could be affected by this. If you are in a max disproportionately impacted community, your costs of permitting goes up, your cost of maintenance goes up, and your cost of inspections goes up. So this could be a significant impact to many of our rural job creators. We are very focused on GHG, greenhouse gas emissions. We're on roadmap 2.0 right now in the state. And then there is a midstream steering committee that has worked within industry pretty substantially. I am not a midstream expert. If you have technical midstream questions, I have a great person for you to talk to, but I will defer those questions and get you connected to the right person. The big piece of it now, I mentioned it a little bit, the COGCC is now ECMC. So we've had historic flow line rulemaking post 2017. I think we've had 3 flow line related rulemakings. We will be having a worker safety rulemaking. Like I said, it's coming up. I do think that's an opportunity for all sides of the state to come together with a fairly consensus rulemaking. We also, out of this last legislative session, so the Wildlife Guardian submitted a petition this last year for a cumulative impacts rulemaking. It was denied with a stakeholder group effort. In the legislative session, put focus on a cumulative impacts rulemaking. So that must be completed before April of this next year. So that is an effort that we're all starting to work through. We will see rulemakings because of this new change at the COGCC, rulemakings to regulate pipelines for CO2, geothermal, deep geothermal, so the geothermal permit regulations won't be focused at projects like you've heard about at Colorado Mesa University. It will be deep geothermal wells, hydrogen, and an effort to get primacy at the state from the federal government for Class 6 injection wells.
Chelsea,
Yes.
do you happen, on the cumulative impacts rulemaking, do you happen to know what cumulative impacts, you know, what kind of things are analyzed?
Yeah, so and I can send you a more comprehensive list, but a lot of it will be air, traffic, noise, dust, not any positive impact. So it won't be jobs or economic related, quality of life, to my understanding. Now, that is an effort that we are working on. I mean, if you look at cumulative, the word cumulative means all of it. And so I think that it's not a lost cause, but I don't know that that will be a focus. I think that might be the point you were trying to make.
It is, it's sad to see cumulative impacts and analyze, we only take the negative impacts.
Yes, absolutely. Well, and I would say, oh, sorry. Go ahead, Commissioner.
Chelsea, in the cumulative impacts, we've heard a lot from, say, meteorologist Don Day and others about climate change and the impact of and the cause of cumulative impacts also account for changes in temperature that their rules proposed to affect.
That's a good question, and I think that's a hard one to tackle because a lot of our, and I try to separate it into attainment, right? We have the I-25 corridor that's in non-attainment. And then we have everything in Western Colorado that's beautiful blue skies and in attainment. But even along the I-25 corridor, a lot of those emissions are coming from California and China because of the wind patterns. And there's no way that the state could regulate emissions that are not coming from the state. It is a conundrum that I think we're in. And I think the other piece that I look at when emissions, and it will not be considered if you displace this natural gas usage, what replaces it and where does it come from, right? If we're importing coal or natural gas or biofuels, such as wood, those emissions replacements won't be considered, I don't believe. The Colorado Energy Office, like I mentioned, has been really focused on the greenhouse gas roadmaps. 1.0, and this is from this Colorado Energy Office's website, is about 90% completed with their 1.0 action items. And so moving to 2.0 with near-term action items. They are going through an input process right now. If you are interested in participating with this, I would absolutely go to their website. If you go to the energy office.colorado.gov, you can get to this link. But again, when the slides come out, this link will be right there. I'm trying to get myself ahead and I'm not. The PUC has had, and this currently set for July is now delayed just a bit. With midstream operators, a lot of this has been on like GIS locations, which is something that the industry and local governments have not always been in agreement on. You know, when typically we've had some agreements, identifying where pipelines are is important. Keeping that information private and secure is also very important as we see abilities for terrorist activities. You saw in Pickett County a couple of winters ago during the Christmas break, some eco-terrorist activity on a pipeline in the Aspen. Not ideal when everybody's vacationing into the winter and the temperatures are so cold, it's very dangerous, more than just inconvenience. I was actually, that was on my mind yesterday. That's terrible. With all of our security these days. Any quick questions here? I'm going to jump into this last session. This session was no easy for anyone. Thank you. I heard the speaker's representative introduce herself. I sent a couple of notes of condolences to her during the session. It was chaos, and I think that, you know, we had our team meet with the speaker ahead of this last session, and there was supposedly going to be no oil and gas related bills in the 2023 session. I have 3 full slides of this type font of what we dealt with in the oil and gas industry that passed this last session. I will tell you, we did have one bill that was defeated on ruling that came from one county that they wanted to attack one operator that did not go through. Commissioner Coombs was really helpful in Delta County. And I'm sure many of you in addressing the implications to the rest of the state, if that cooling legislation would have come through. I would say if we look to the horizon, it's coming back. Those things don't die slow deaths at all. So the first one I'd like to hop into is Senate Bill 23, and I'm not going to go into like ad nauseum, let's like reopen the wounds of this session. But I think that there are a couple highlights on here. GHG emission reductions in Senate Bill 2316 set emission reduction targets and mostly pointed at the non-attainment area. And maybe Derek and Jeff can talk a little bit about where those might come from too. And so you can see a new roadmap of emission reductions from our 2005 baselines. It gets to 100% emission reductions by 2050. Colorado entirely, every source of GHG emissions accounts for 0.213% of global emissions. And that's every source. So oil and gas can not exist And we can take all cars off the road and not produce anything here, and it reduces it by 0.213% of global GHG emissions. This is also the one that, guided the state to seek primacy from the EPA on Class 6 injection wells. These are the wells that are used to inject CO2 and carbon dioxide into deep formations for long-term storage, remove it from the atmosphere and store it permanently under the surface. There's another PUC electricity transmission study that is not in my bailiwick, but interesting. And then tax credits to move gas-powered lawn equipment to electric equipment. I don't think 23-186 affects anybody in this room. It was the Raton Basin water bill, and it's a really cool bill, but I don't think anybody in here is necessarily affected by it. It's one operator in one county that needed some interesting new rules to work by. The water quality fee bill, is anybody in here tuned into this one? This one is a little terrifying to me. It delegated power from the legislature to the commission to set fees directly. So it took that power from the legislature to the appointed commission. They have to hold rulemakings for a couple of those, well, a handful of those fees. So something, if your counties deal with the WQCC, I would definitely suggest you get involved in. The COGCC name change was a big one. It should not affect the oil and gas industry. However, we are already dealing with a situation where we have an agency that's tasked with regulating us and permitting our projects that's understaffed. We are seeing our projects take in the hundreds of days to get through permitting. And now they're adding additional purview and mandate. It did come with budget to hire new folks, but our concern that we relayed is that they stay focused on regulating the oil and natural gas community while they are expanding other duties. Utility regulation on 291. I wanted to put it up here to have you guys ask questions to the team that will be coming up to you. This is a big one, and it was a big topic this year, and I think it will have intense potential effects for us. 1069 is the biochar study. They want to look at biochar in use for plugging and abandoning wells. I do know that there is some hesitancy on the engineering side from our industry to use biochar, because when you enter an organic substance into something that is supposed to keep a seal forever and always, the fear is that at some point decomposes and creates a less safe plug and abandoning process.
What do they consider as biochar?
That's a good question. If I could add in. Nancy Fishering from Public Lands. We have studied in the timber industry, which I did work with the timber industry and we keep an eye on biochar. The only company, we have two companies in Colorado that generate big ones. Kind of big, not big for national standards, but they don't find, they can find an economical end use for biochar other than perhaps oil and gas. But biochar is also good for soil additives. And it's so uneconomical. I called J.R. Ford, he's the guy that's done it longest down in the Pagosa area. And he says, we're far, maybe tomatoes and some orchards could use it, but not many other crops. But anybody that came through Kremlin to come here
There used to be a plant and that's all they did was take, not biochar, but their pellets to do the same kind of process. And people find these ideas and they're wonderful ideas, but they're not ready for today. And so I'm with you 100%, but I just like to always connect the dots because every one of our committees overlap so much. But I keep an eye on biochar and it hasn't moved the needle in the past 10 years to being an economically produced end product.
And thanks for bringing that up. I think there is interest in the industry to use it for like soil amendments in our remediation work. So there could be a place for it. I don't know that putting it down a well for P&A is the place. I'm a fake farmer too. I have a really great backyard garden and a couple of fruit trees and have looked at and doing my internet studying on how I can make better tomatoes and fruit trees. A little bit more, this is my last slide on it. Carbon management projects was a big one. And I wanted to highlight this because they are looking at ag and forestry field projects. So something that where industries might marry up. And I think that this is more of a study and kind of a roadmap type of a bill that went through. 1272 was increased taxing on the oil and gas industry to fund tax credits for electric vehicles, some of the other energy focused projects. And I think that what I saw as a potential theme through this session was oil and gas funding other energy projects. I don't know if the dots were connected that you will need oil and gas projects to fund those other projects.
Kind of like someone's tax.
Yeah. Pollution control, we have an interim committee that is just starting up. In the last month, they were appointed to study ozone air quality. And then water use and oil and gas is another one that we in the Piceance Basin are kind of the gold standard for, is our water reuse and recycling, that they'd like to mandate the Front Range operators use. There's a couple of issues with that, and not that I want to, our process is amazing. We reuse 98–99% of our water on the West Slope. We should, we do a great job of it. It's a great way that we are water wise in our industry. The Front Range has a couple of barriers to entering into some of those practices. One is the right of way for the pipelines for those water reuse projects. You could not permit the infrastructure that we luckily have in the Piceance Basin in the DJ Basin at this point. I don't think you could get through a local, state, and federal government process right now. The other piece is the salinity of the produced water that comes up from their wells is very different than ours. I like it when the oil and gas lady is shaking her head, yes, I did it right. So they are taking that, it turned from you must to let's get a group together to talk about this. The hard part about this consortium, this Produced Water Consortium, it's 31 members. We have 4 members from oil and gas in the entire 31 member consortium. And then there's 2 members from local government. I would say neither of those are friendly to an oil and gas operator from the local government side, which is also concerning. So you really have 4 people, 1 from each basin in the state, so Piceance, San Juan, DJ, and Raton, to talk about what water reuse and recycling looks like and how we could expand that out of the Piceance into other. So just to talk about kind of, it's not the elephant in the room. A lot of action has been focused on climate change. To your question earlier, and we've seen in the last 3-4 sessions just a multitude of pieces of legislation focused on how do we address climate change, how do we reduce emissions.
the big, and we even saw this from the governor as he signed some air quality related bills this year, is we've got to let what we've passed work before we see what's next. And I think the governor, the speaker's office, if I may be so bold, there's some alignment in that. You know, we're working really hard on these rulemakings, on these pieces of legislation. But when you are working on what's coming in 6 months and you haven't even gotten through a rulemaking or seen how those measurements are impacting, and you're already on phase 4, 5, and 6, it's not a very effective way to go ahead. So I'm sure we will see from different parts of the Democrat caucus. Some of the bills we saw this last session and even more come up. Our hope is that we can continue to find some partnerships and some common sense solutions forward, and some real ways to work together so that we can achieve real emissions reductions, which we are in the oil and gas industry very proud of it. But it can't get cost prohibitive to where we can't even implement the technology, and the technology has to exist. This is a look at some of those legislative cause rulemakings that we have upcoming. This is a look at 2023. So a couple of these are done. There was a rewrite of a couple of regs at the AQCC, Reg 7 and 22. So they reopened up these two regulations and reorganized them, which they needed to be reorganized. It was a mess, right? You see how much we've gotten into them lately. They didn't read well. It's always a little scary when we start moving things around and what slips in or out. It was a fine process. We also went through Reg 3 with enhanced measures in disproportionately impacted communities. I'm going to go back to that environmental justice note I made, right, where we have a lot of rural communities that are mapped as disproportionately impacted communities in our state now, because you might have a Hispanic rancher that has 600 acres, and so their percentage minority in that census block is high, because there's 3 people that live there, and one is a couple that is Hispanic, and so that could throw off what would work in urban areas. Really, a lot of this environmental justice work is focused at Commerce City in the Suncor area and down in Pueblo, to work through some of their real issues. But we painted the state with a broad brush, and it's not working. There's another piece of it that's access to food, and looking at access to food in urban areas and making sure you have a grocery store that's within 5-10 minutes makes sense. Does that make so much sense in Jackson County? Not so much, right? And I think that's really been the discussion that we've had to have. And it's not that you shouldn't have access to good food. However, you shouldn't have to have a grocery store every 10 minutes. That's kind of the point of us moving away from Denver, right? It's like, get out of that. And so it's a flawed mapping system that we are now seeing utilizing rulemakings and in permitting. So what we've had to work through it, and it's been something that has been nice to see these agencies work with us on, is some proximity when we are in rural areas. So we're not meaning, all of southern Garfield County is marked as disproportionately impacted. All of Moffett County, the entire county, is disproportionately impacted. All of Rio Blanco County is disproportionately impacted. And Aspen is disproportionately impacted because they have a housing burden, because everything is super expensive in Aspen. But you can't tell me that Aspen and Commerce City are in the same meeting, same approach, and need to look at different types of projects. So I think that that's a tool that on its face, and making sure that we're not rolling over communities in Commerce City makes a whole lot of sense. But the way it's been applied is not the right way. So we're continuing to work on that through these rulemakings. And that's a lot of our focus on the Western Slope, is how these environmental justice rules need to have a look at proximity to residents and population versus an entire county. Yeah, let's see. I'm getting a little PTSD, looking at all of the committees. A lot of things have been on the air side this year thus far. We're headed into a couple more. One that I wanted to highlight specifically, you'll see on the COGCC side. We're supposed to be in a rulemaking for worker safety. We're not. It's gonna be delayed, obviously. But the high priority habitat rulemaking, this is something that a couple of the counties through the Western and rural local governments were really involved in with mission change, was the 1200 series and wildlife. So in that rulemaking during mission change, every year, a quarter of the state has to look again at their high priority habitat, and it gets remapped to CPW. So last year was Southeast Colorado. This year is Northeast Colorado, and the process is coming to find a lot of holes and issues with it. CPW is finding it, ECMC as part of the not COGCC, and industry as far as how we're sharing information, what data is being used, and how we move forward with this rulemaking that should be very science-based with information. It comes to Northwest Colorado next year. So this is I'm gonna be calling you. The difference in Northeast Colorado and Northwest Colorado is through the 1200 series mapping that we had in 2020. Most of our counties and most of our region is mapped as high priority habitat anyway. So I don't see us adding a lot of HPH territory because I'm not really sure where we could add more HPH. If you look at it, it looked like the Prop 112 map that was read on like everywhere that you can drill. If Prop 112 would have passed, HPH is everywhere in Western Colorado. It's again why we live in Western Colorado, right? But I would say that we should have a keen look out for any new NSO, no surface occupancy areas. Something that we'd also like to work with the commission on and CPW and have had some really good conversations so far is we found a lot of ephemeral streams mapped as sports fish management waters. And when you go right, like there might be runoff, and this year luckily there was a longer and larger runoff, but there are not fish in the stream in July because there's no stream in July. And so that's a piece of the mapping that I think that we can make some smart and science-based adjustments on. And then we'll have the cumulative impact stakeholder process and looking at a rulemaking at the beginning of 2024 on that. So as that moves forward, happy to keep this group apprised of what. Okay, so these regulations obviously have some implications and effects. So I'm gonna stick over here and call this out a little bit more. Okay, cool. So you see up here, and this comes from Dr. Philly's quarterly economic reports. If you do not receive these, I highly recommend that you receive these. He does them for Garfield, Mesa, Moffett, Rio Blanco, I think those Delta and Montrose. Is that it? And if you have a county that he's not doing an economic impact analysis on for quarterly, I would highly suggest again that you talk to Dr. Perry at Colorado Mesa University. They are phenomenal and very encompassing. Energy is a small piece of it. They talk about real estate, jobs, all industries that play into the county's kind of economic picture, and it's very well done. He did have a regional energy outlook this last or synopsis this last quarter. Had a hard time getting permitting numbers from the COGCC, but did get them for this one. So you'll see WTI crude and Henry Hub natural gas prices. It is hard to put Peon's gas compared to Henry Hub. Typically, we have a discount to Henry Hub this last year with the conflict in Ukraine and some of the storage issues we've had. A lot of the Piance gas was being sold at a premium to Henry Hub because of where it was going. We also are able to get our natural gas to the West Coast, so Washington and California, who have been stopping or drastically lowering their production, now get their natural gas from us. So their pricing looks a bit different than Louisiana. But so you can see that the prices of those two, and then you can see drilling permits broken down by county here on the second group. Year to date, and this is total wells, so we've had one permit go through in Garfield County year to date with 21 wells on it. And total permits in Colorado year to date, we're at 199. This is compared to 2020. And you'll remember 2020 was not a significant permitting year. We had COVID issues, we had the emission change rulemaking, so we stopped permitting for quite a bit of time, and April of 2020, when oil prices went negative, is not typically a time that financiers are backing new projects to go through a permitting process. So in 2020, we had just over 1,500. We are at 199 statewide right now. In 2022, in all of our region that covers the Piance, we had 177 wells permitted. We have 21 right now year to date. There are a few in the hopper, but I don't know that we closed that. The rig count the last couple of years has stuck to 3 to 4. I can see that being our case for the next year or two as well. There are a couple of new projects being talked about. So potentially 5. There's a rig that's staffed right now while they get a new rig in. So once that new rig comes in, supply chain is no easy piece in our industry either. I know every industry is dealing with that. And so trying to get a new rig into a state is not easy, especially when you're competing with the Permian, where they know that that rig can keep up and working constantly. To get out of the legislative piece and the regulatory piece, we will potentially be seeing another ballot initiative in 2024. Do I need to recap Prop 112 for anybody? We all went down with 112. It was like the de facto ban because it was 2,000-foot setbacks. Well, there are 4 submitted titles. There's no de facto ban about this. This stops permitting oil and gas. There are 2 that just say we will by 2030, no more permits. There are 2 that say by 2030, no more permits, but will help oil and gas somehow. So I am here to tell you if this passed by the board, we will be strongly fighting this. This just adds a layer of uncertainty to the financial markets yet again. We always ask our regulators, when they say, what do you need? We need regulatory certainty, right? We need to go to financiers and say, we know the rules, we can abide by the rules, we know what they'll be tomorrow, we know that we can meet and exceed our obligations to be good stewards in Colorado. When you have another ballot measure that eliminates permitting by 2030, when every indication, even from the EIA, the energy kind of groups for the federal government says we will increase oil and gas resources through 2050, and you have ballot initiatives like this coming at you, it just makes Colorado a less competitive, less stable state. All right, from the state, now I'm going to go to the federal government, which is so we have, I wouldn't even say arguably, we have the most anti-fossil fuel president and administration right now that we've ever seen, outwardly and publicly stating anti-fossil fuel. So I'll go into a couple of the rulemaking and regulatory issues that we're debating. But first, I just want to show an example of what we see coming out of both sides of the mouth of the administration right now. So we have federal onshore bonding rules proposed rules released last week on the 20th. And we've heard that they're coming for a couple of years. They came on, I think that was Thursday. Last Wednesday, last Thursday, a week ago, 1 week ago. The next day, Secretary Granholm comes out for Energy Secretary and says, that the oil markets are volatile and oil and gas companies, please produce more crude. We need you to produce more. The next day. So you're finding rules that are making it more expensive, less stable, the financial, again, bringing in capital becomes more cumbersome, more difficult to attract that financing, but then you have the same administration ask for more production. This is an issue. Federal actions on oil and gas, through the Department of the Interior and specifically the Bureau of Land Management. We had some big things in Colorado that we're dealing with and have been happy and lucky to work with a few of you in the room on addressing some of these. I was going to talk about the public lands rule first. I think I might do that last because it'll get me all cleared up and then I'll never read it. So in Colorado specifically, we have big game migration rules. A couple of the counties that are involved in Club 20 are cooperating agencies. Is that the word? So we have not seen, as a regulated industry, the proposals put forward outside of the initial proposal that we saw last year and submitted comments on. It was a terrible proposal. And this again is just Colorado focused. I've heard that the process is not going much better, and that a new release of a draft is coming. I've heard late summer. We'll see. It's getting late summer, but they're trying to wrap all of these up by November of 2024. I heard that there's something happening. I don't know. There's something.
Yeah,
really want to
something.
stress. So this is supposed to be wrapped by 2024. This rule is extremely terrifying, just to be honest. We did urge in our comments for them to work with CPW. We have an amazing state agency that is very technical and science driven, and they should use that information to create any new mapping that they need to do. This is just focused on oil and gas. We also had a good conversation with Commissioner Ackerman with the ECMC, who was with CPW before he came over as a commissioner. And I don't want to have the wolf conversation. However, wolves will influence big game migration corridors. I think we all can agree on that, right? No matter where you are on the spectrum, you're going to impact the migration corridors and how that plays into this. And where that blame is laid, I don't think it's going to be on the predator. I believe it will be on the industry that this administration does not like. So please watch out for that. If you are in an industry or an area that's impacted by this, which is all of you, I would hope that you can participate in this. We also see the proposed rule, I think, was it yesterday or day before, that we saw now the attack on natural gas powered water heaters. So literally every home appliance we have that is powered by natural gas and at times electricity, because some of these heat pumps are non-electric, are being attacked in a desire to phase out quickly. We saw Corinne Jean-Pierre talk about how, but we just need to have the facts out there. This is by 2029. It is still going to be necessary. Again, the EIA has said we will need increased natural gas and oil through 2050 to help our quality of life in our society exist, while they are eliminating ability for appliances to exist in our homes. They don't talk about either, a lot of our propane powered homes, how those are going to deal with these federal rules that are coming down. We did on the natural gas stove see a district court strike down the ban. Was it in Santa Barbara? one of the codes, had a citywide natural gas stove ban. It was struck down in court. But we continue to see these proposed rules at the demand side of our product be attacked. Now to the public lands rule. This is a terrible rule for every energy source. This is when we can stack hands with renewable energy. This public lands rule will eliminate any ability to site any transmission line for any type of wind or solar power project. This will eliminate any forestry, any ag development, any oil and gas projects. And it is truly a rule that we are very, very concerned about on how it will impact our entire region. Not only in our operations, but I think as local governments, and a few of you submitted comments on your tax revenue. There's no replacement for your tax revenues that come through our federal lands projects. When you have Mesa County that's 70-some% federal lands, and many of our western Colorado counties are 50 to 70-some% federal lands, this public lands rule eliminates all of your tax revenues. You can get into any specifics, but I just, as a local, I'm looking at the county commissioners, this is terrifying. I know wool growers, we partner very closely with our ag industry. A lot of our hunters out there, although claim that casual use is allowed in this from the administration, what types of trails, what types of camping is considered casual use. Also a concern is what qualifies somebody to purchase one of these conservation leases. They are going to change the word from conservation lease to, I think, restoration. The word can change all it wants. It is what it is. And so this is of top concern on the federal side.
Well, thank you. I just wanted to clarify that this was the conservation lease rule that you were talking about. The point about all this is the point of having public lands is number one, conservation. So they already have a conservation purpose. So it already is one of the multiple use purposes. So this seems duplicative and totally unwarranted. And I agree with you. There are a lot of fears out there that it's me. I'm not supposed to, but I think if this passes and we have broad conservation leases, as it were, we will have de facto wilderness all across Western Colorado. And I think it's a really bad idea.
Our others, and we've partnered with the Western Energy Alliance on our comments for this one. The legality to whatnot is something the piece that we don't think it's even great. We think it's illegal.
Chelsea, I would make a comment. Moffett County's been following this closely too, and of course we're strongly with it. One of the, so there's kind of three attorneys in the West that actually a couple of them come out of retirement because they helped draft FLIP, the Federal Land Policy Management Act, which guides BLM. And what they are all consistently saying is that when FLIP was developed, that conservation specifically not defined as a multi-use. Because as Bonnie said, conservation is incorporated into every action you do. You don't get an oil lease or a recreation permit or anything without a plan of conservation of the resource, taking care of the land that you're using. And as such, it was not a conservation was never a multi-use. It was built in every action of it. And so for this rule to define it as a multiple use, which it does, is completely illegal. And it violates the organic established field. I think personally, so we've commented on all the social and economic and tax-based problems that this rule will have. But I ultimately think the hurdle beyond that becomes the legality that conservation can.
Nancy Fisher again, but I just wanted to add. Club 20 as a entity has been following this. And Brittany did send in a letter on behalf of Club 20. But what will help as this goes on. I mean, I was calling everybody, Upton County, Montrose County, Jeff, to get all these letters. It would help if everybody would make sure that when they send in letters, that they send one to Brittany so she has a portfolio of information so she can be an effective person to back up all the county letters. So just don't forget that Club 20 exists, be the strong voice of the Western Slope, but Brittany can't begin to dig into all the issues that this one law comes up. And I think we all need to call it the same thing. Because Chelsea, when you call the public lands rule, I was wondering
Well,
where.
that's typically what it is called.
Understood.
And so I think that like just to not, I mean, the conservation lease, I mean, it is what it is, but they're gonna change that name. I would suggest, you know, I agree with you. But if you go type in public lands, it'll be other, that's the name.
So we all need to understand that, so that helps.
Yeah. The other piece of it too, and I know, State Director Bill Sack will be here tomorrow, and so a piece of it that we questioned is the leasing, and whether it's an ag lease or an oil and gas lease. It will not overlay a current lease. However, when your lease is expired and you go to renew it, will they give primacy to a new conservation lease over your existing ag or oil and gas or whatever lease it might be? And I think that that's a piece that was not clear at all in the draft rule.
But we all know that that's how they will manage it.
Well, and it would depend on administration to administration, and again, regulatory certainty matters. And so if you have a rule that can be politicized one way or the other, it's not a good. So with that, I do have a couple of just kind of high level conclusions that I'd like to make sure, I leave you with. Like I said, I'm typically an optimist. The last 3 years I've like kind of crushed some cynicism into, or maybe I'm just getting older. But I would say, you know, like I said at the beginning, we're a very heavily regulated industry. I can't say there's not one person in the industry. I'm sure you can find one person. But I think there's a vast majority of industry members that do believe we should be a highly regulated industry. We should keep in our public health, safety, welfare, environment, wilderness. Everything should be protected while we produce the cleanest molecules of energy on the planet here in Colorado. And I think that that's the biggest takeaway I can ask from you. Again, the increased focus on environmental justice through our regulatory efforts, permitting, and probably enforcement as we get into future, you know, down the line and it settles in. That will be the lens in which a lot of our projects are taken through. I would say, and this is something that I am not up to speed on, but would love to talk more about, maybe this is a future panel opportunity, CCUS in the state and the opportunity for it here. We are not ahead of the game in Colorado. Mexico is, Wyoming is, Utah is, we are not. And it's an opportunity, I think, for some really cool projects, making sure that we are continuing to produce clean molecules while reducing our emissions further. There is still opportunity in this state. We are still a state that has committed companies and industry members to produce these clean energy molecules. Like I said, Westlaw is great, we're ready. I would say both Colorado oil and gas folks are ready too. What I would ask from any of our current or future elected officials is for that regulatory certainty. Let a lot of this work that we've already had put on us work, let us work through the rulemaking process before we continue to layer upon it and let it settle in so that we can show what does work, what needs tweaking, like I said, with HPH maps, for example. We've got a real scientific tweak that everybody can agree on. But if we keep adding our regulator agencies with, future rulemaking, it takes away from that regulatory certainty, and they're not even. So open for any questions. Derek, do you want to cut us off whenever you want to, or how much time do you have? Or not?
No, we can take a couple questions, and then we'll have Jeff and then move on to your guidance. So, very.
Thank you. Chelsea, did they change the mission statement? And then backside to that is, I'm sure that you're including renewables, categorize the energy. But what's the monopoly on carbon in the area of oil and gas? Carbon can overlap a lot of our committees, so why is there such an emphasis on carbon in
The new ECMC. So the mission didn't change. It changed the name instead of COGCC, it says ECMC, but the mission did not change. And so I think that was good for us. We didn't want another mission to be, that would be terrible. Carbon, that's a good question. I just think it's an intense focus from our regulators and some different organizations and activist organizations that eliminated carbon from oil and gas production and in the form of emissions is the primary focus. But I agree with you. I mean, there's carbon that we could address in many parts.
We have one question online. We'll go to it. Back to you, Commissioner.
Liz, go ahead and unmute yourself and ask your question.
Yes, thank you so much. I just had a question for clarification. And I apologize because I don't know if it's just me, but I'm not hearing everything come through on the Zoom. And so this might have already been covered, but just my question about, I thought I had heard something about ending all leases or at least payments to local governments from the federal land leases. And I was just looking for some clarification because the rule that I found just talks about revisiting royalty rates, rentals, update bonding requirements for leasing and development. And so I don't know if that's a disconnect just for the folks on Zoom or if I missed something, but just asking about that. Thanks.
Yeah, great question. And that's two different rules. So the bonding rule is one that was released last week. And that does just address royalty payments that were already, that just codifies what we saw in the Inflation Reduction Act. So not the piece that I was talking about with the public lands rule and payments to local government. So my point there, and I think that that's a good clarifying question because I probably wasn't extremely clear, is if you end oil and gas leasing and instead turn to conservation leases, you eliminate the lease payments to local government. And there's nothing in the public lands rule and those conservation leases that have a funding mechanism to local government. So that's my point there, is that if you end up ending oil and gas development and leasing on federal lands to instead of support a conservation lease, there's an eliminated funding opportunity there for our Western Colorado local governments. Does that make sense?
Yeah, it does. Is that what the rule is proposing? That we end those leases?
No, but if there is a lease that is ended and you can't have a conservation lease and an oil and gas lease overlap each other according to.
Thank you. One last question, Commissioner.
Thank you, Chelsea. That was very informative. I've got a two-part question here. One, back to COGCC and their name change. Could you give us some examples of proposed carbon management projects, the costs, and what are the benefits of those
I think that that would be a question best asked to Chair Robbins, and I think that that's something that they'll be starting to figure out. I know, for example, CO2 pipelines might come under this commission, or hydrogen pipelines. The deep geothermal wells is of extreme interest to this group, but there were not, CCUS was not included in this, and I think that that is a missed opportunity. For cost of those projects, I am not your person. I do know, however, in starting to look a bit more at deep geothermal projects, they are typically a fracked well, with the same technology that we use in oil and gas. And so I do think that there's opportunity for some of our service companies to assist in some of those deep geothermal projects.
Okay, the second part of that is if any of these projects occur on state or federal managed lands, will they be required to meet the state has a history now of avoiding?
That's a great question. And I think that's to be seen. In Colorado, we do have a MOU between the BLM Colorado and the ECMC for our projects. So all federal projects on the oil and gas side are required to meet state rules and state permitting processes and projections. So I would imagine that that will exist on any federal lands projects. But I couldn't tell you. I think they have some digging and rulemaking to do to give us those answers.
Thank you.
I do want to just, I talked to a couple of people as we get into our utility side about a cool app that if anybody knows Steve Soychek, he showed me a couple months ago, and I would really encourage you guys to look at where we are truly getting our electricity for our grid. And electrification does not mean solar and wind. Electricity is a different form of transmitting that power. If you would all be so bold to go onto Google and Google electricity maps, that's it. There's an app that will come up, or you can see it live on your browser. And it'll show where your power is coming from in the last 24 hours, in the last 30 days. And currently, you can see by region, and coal and natural gas are still the powerhouses of our electrical grid. In Colorado specifically, but nationally as well. You know, as we add wind and solar, I'm one out of all energy sources. Natural gas is my very favorite. But I think that we need to be pragmatic and real as we're moving forward as to truly where our electricity is coming from. And when we say we're going to electrify things, what that means. Because I think that really matters. Electricity doesn't always and typically doesn't mean that wind and solar are the end all be all of that grid system. And so it's something that I look at, especially when it's really hot or really cold, out where the workforces are on our grid system. So I'd like you to leave you with that as my farewell. But thanks for having me. Thanks, Derek, for the opportunity. And I'll be around.
Okay, thank you, Chelsea. And yeah, Chelsea will be around, so please feel free to continue those conversations on the side. We appreciate everything that she does and what they do for the Western Slope. I'm gonna be very optimistic, you know, as we're looking forward to the agenda, the guiding principle, we've done a lot of legwork on, so I feel we're in a good position to get through that. So I feel comfortable that now asking Jennifer, an attorney with Ireland Stapleton, who represents 3 different Colorado elected bodies on the Western Slope, to kind of give us a very high level overview of what he sees coming legislatively and impacts to the industry. So feel free to take away, Jeff.
Thanks, Derek. There's a little bit of a risk that you take, you're putting a lawyer in front of you when you're trying to keep to a schedule, so just give me the hook when you're ready. As Derek said, my name is Jeff, I'm an attorney in Grand Junction, grew up there, left, practiced law back east, wandering in the wilderness, as I like to say, before coming to my senses and returning home about 9 years ago. The majority of my law practice is representing rural electric cooperatives around the state. But I serve as the outside primary general counsel to 3 electric cooperatives, all in the Western Slope, all in the region, all in Club 20's area. White River Electric up in Meeker, which is Milwaukee County, Garfield County, Grand Valley Power in Mesa County, Garfield County, a little bit of Delta County. Yeah, and then Delta Montrose Electric in Delta and Montrose, and a little bit of Gunnison County as well. I don't have a PowerPoint because I was asked to do this just this morning, because it's even better for you. I actually teach a class at CMU on real estate law, or at least a portion of the class, and I prepared a PowerPoint for that, and I thought it was full of funny, smart, witty, cultural references that students appreciate and totally felt flat. So yeah, I saved, probably saved you in flipping that PowerPoint on you as well. Okay, a couple quick things. Just a 30,000 foot view of how the electric wholesale market looks in Colorado. The second thing I'd like to talk about are general trends for rural power, which is obviously relevant for us here at Club 20. And the third are specific legislative issues that are relevant here in Colorado for rural electric cooperatives. So the 30,000 foot overview, wholesale power supply in Colorado, you can kind of divide it into 2 buckets. The first are wholesale power suppliers like Xcel Energy and Black Hills, which are investor-owned utilities. And then the other primary power supplier is a generation transmission electric cooperative called Tri-State Generation and Transmission, which is headquartered in Westminster. They're called Tri-State, although they've expanded to 4 states now. And so those are the 2 primary wholesale power suppliers. Xcel and Black Hills are partially vertically integrated. They can provide a lot of retail service, actually, I'd say, in Colorado. But they also sell for Xcel and Tri-State sell wholesale power to distribution co-ops, like the ones that I represent, and that are the majority of rural Colorado. Most of the laws and regulations that are passed down are on those wholesale suppliers, the Tri-States, the Xcel, the Black Hills, and they sort of flow down to the electric distribution cooperatives. But there are some that are specifically applied to distribution co-ops, and that you have to follow in that cost as well. And as Brad with Xcel knows, we're good at complaining about costs and things like that, but a lot of it is things that they are just forced to, they're mandated to do, and then you have to pay. And ultimately, it's rural Colorado. We can't afford it. We're on fixed incomes that have to pay the cost of those regulations. In our state now, it's not just greenhouse gas, it's also labor and employment things. So I won't get into that, but just big picture electric utility things. It's something that increased rates and stuff that folks on fixed incomes really matter in the different. So we are very attuned to that on the distribution cost side. General trends. Okay, so what we're looking at big picture, rapid decarbonization, which is what Chelsea talked about. Coal plants are going offline, right? Brad Hayden is going offline. Comanche is going to be going offline. Tri-State is going to be required to close its units in Craig. It also closed a coal-fired unit in West Montrose County as well, a few years ago. That process is combined with a increased beneficial electrification. So it's called beneficial electrification. That's EVs. And EVs, think the transition from natural gas appliances to electrical appliances, some of the things that Chelsea was talking about that are being mandated by the government or encouraged by the government in the case of EVs. So you have baseload, reliable power sources that are being taken offline, like coal and natural gas is under pressure as well. And at the same time, so those power resources are being replaced by intermittent resources, which are wind and solar, which the sun isn't always shining, wind isn't always blowing. And so there's an issue there where we have these always on fossil fuel based plants that are coming offline, and then we have intermittent resources that aren't always on coming online, combined with the general move toward electrification. And so that is creating, just big picture, some capacity issues on the grid. Just today, actually, PJM, which is in the Eastern Interconnect, it's a different part of the power grid for the United States, but it's a different part of the power grid, declared emergency, saying that they are having resource capacity issues in about 13 states in the eastern part of the country because of high temperatures. And a lot of that is driven in part by these generating resources going offline. When it gets really hot or really cold, areas are oftentimes resource capacity issues. So that is something that we are going to continue to see as the grid decarbonizes and as these resources that are intermittent are coming online. And so I know that's an issue here in the state of Colorado. There are some reporting requirements that the state has instituted. Resource adequacy is something you're going to hear a lot. It matters. It's basically, do we have the capacity and resources to serve the electric supply that we need in our state? So that resource adequacy issue, and what is the percent of additional capacity that we need to have in our generating resources in order to serve that load that's required as development? And that's going to cost more. Like Brad, Excel, they have to spend more money to invest resources that will meet those capacity requirements for when the sun isn't necessarily shining or the wind isn't blowing, but we still have temperatures that are really cold, really hot, that we need to still generate power. The other thing is greenhouse gas reduction requirements, which is related. Colorado instituted a greenhouse gas reduction requirement that will mandate that electric utilities reduce their purchases, their carbon footprint, so to speak, by an 80% level against what they were producing in 2005, against what they were utilizing in 2005 by 2030. You said that in a really horrible gobbledygook way, but in 2005, whatever the carbon level was, we need to reduce it by 80% by 2030. The issue there, and one of the concerns is that's also combined with beneficial electrification. So we're using more and more electricity while the 80% reduction requirement is happening, while we're using more electricity. So it's putting a lot of pressure on wholesale power producers and distribution cooperatives that serve many of the communities that you all work with. One of the things that I know Chelsea was pointing to, you're preaching to the choir here, when she talked about changing regulations. One of the issues that we had in Colorado was a change just this last legislative session that mandated a 46% reduction by 2027. So a lot of electric distribution cooperatives and wholesale power suppliers have been planning on an 80% reduction by 2030 and meeting that, sort of a glide path to that 2030 number. Well, guess what? All of a sudden, by 2027, we need to be 46% reduction. So that's one of the examples of changing regulations within the state that ultimately, and look, it's Excel. And our distribution costs, Derek, Grand Valley, all the other costs, they just pass those costs down to the retail rate payers. And that's unfortunately folks that oftentimes can't afford the cost of these changes. So that's another sort of industry issue that we're seeing in Colorado. There's also a shift to what I'm calling non-incumbent suppliers. The wholesale cooperatives that I represent, White River, it gets its wholesale power from Tri-State Generation Transmission. Grand Valley gets its wholesale power from Brad at Excel, and then Delta Montrose Electric gets its wholesale power from Houston Energy. So that's kind of an interesting sort of cross profile of the wholesale cooperatives that I represent. I get to see kind of those changes. One of the trends that I'm seeing in Colorado is a move from those institutional large wholesale power producers like Excel, like Tri-State Generation, to smaller independent power marketers, power producers that are in the state, and you're seeing that happen a lot. And a number of electric cooperatives have announced that they're moving and shifting toward those non-incumbent, smaller power suppliers. That's another trend that you're going to see in Colorado, driven in large part by cost, and that is a key component to that. Another trend that you're going to see, oh, and I just got my 5-minute reminder, okay, there, so you give me the hook too. Transmission with distributed generation, and I think Wendell Fisher-Coons asked this question, great question, about transmission and how do we get the electricity from these brand new renewable resources to the power grid. That is going to be an issue, and that's going to be an issue for all of you in your counties with landowners, land rights, easements. How do we get that power from these new, what's called distributed generation sources to the power grid? And you're going to have some issues that will pop up with that. In Colorado, for electric cooperatives, I'll be really quick. The issues that we see coming up, resource adequacy, I already mentioned, Rooftop solar is something that is gonna be a big deal, and that matters for a lot of your rural consumers because there's a concern that electric distribution cooperatives have, that folks that have rooftop solar and they have net metering, that those costs are being borne in large part by the non-net metering customers, folks that can't always afford to have rooftop solar, or oftentimes having to subsidize, in the words of, in the concerns of some of those electric cooperatives, those rooftop solar installations. There is a movement in the state of Colorado to change the law with respect to net metering that we're going to want to keep an eye on, and just making sure that we're careful about that cost shift from non-rooftop solar customers, that again, the fixed income folks that can't easily afford to install rooftop solar, the cost shift from those folks to the rooftop solar folks. Inflation Reduction Act issues, Tri-State has been kind of on the forefront of working to get infrastructure and investment. I know they're starting a town hall series of meetings up in Craig right now to figure out, is there a way that we can get more jobs in power plant up there to replace the trade units that are closing. There's a lot of sort of weird stuff that happens with that, including DEI, ESG requirements that are oftentimes hard for folks to navigate as well. That in order to qualify for these grants, that's an issue for folks because we're not necessarily as part of us to meet some of the diversity requirements that are in that Inflation Reduction Act. Last thing I'll say, and then I'll stop, is Chelsea kind of gave she was like pessimistic, but then there's a little bit of optimism there. I guess I would say I'm a glass half kind of guy, and I think that there is an opportunity here to invest in our communities, to develop infrastructure and resources that will create jobs and that will transition to the intermittent supply. I mean, the best way to get power consistently is to have a combined cycle natural gas plant. Or modular nuclear, something that is useful and that can ramp up really quickly so that when the sun stops shining or the wind stops blowing, you have power resources and make sure that we don't have any with acquisition. I think emphasizing the importance of those of continued use of fossil fuels as part of this energy transition is key. And it's in those things that I do have hope. Let's offset some of that dirty Chinese coal with clean Colorado natural gas molecules when it comes to generation. And I think there's an argument that can be made with folks on the other side of the aisle that it's good for our economy and good for our climate and good for our state to bring these resources online. And with that, I'm going to stop talking.
Okay, and I appreciate we are running up against a time crunch here, so I thank Jeff for doing this, especially on such short notice. I see some questions. Jeff will be here all day today and leave all day tomorrow, so feel free to have these conversations. He'll be around this evening and we can continue these conversations. So again,
over a drink maybe.
There you go. And thank you, Jeff. And so next on the agenda, so we can get through this, there is a resolution review. It was distributed. I really appreciate there were many people involved in the advisory group as we sat down to review our energy policies. We're really trying to follow what other committees have done and identify more guiding principles rather than pages and pages of policies. Let's put them forward in some guiding principles. And this was the work that we put forward. We really met last year, put this together. And so what you see is it's not a red line version because it's all new. So, but we tried to identify and spend some time wordsmithing as best we could. Mr. Beck.
Mr. Chairman, you ready for a motion?
Yes, sir.
I'd like to make a motion that we adopt and recommend this to the full board for all meetings, guiding principles, energy, financials.
I second that motion. Nancy Fisher.
Okay. Steve.
Thank you, Derek, and I was one of the members working on this, the changes. Basically what we did was take the existing policy and then plug it into this new one to eliminate a lot of separate policies and create one guiding policy. Now my question is, I had some suggestions for changing the wording of some of them, which in effect would be changing the wording of the previous policy And I'm okay passing this the way it is, but I still think we work on the wording of making the wording better on some of it. And I don't know if that would be the right time to do that at this point would be at the fall meeting. When we're, you know, this is being debated in the docket. Or should we try to do any tweaks on the wording today, which we don't really have time to?
Nancy.
Just two comments, because I think we were one of the first committees to start the guiding principles. It really does have to be in the energy committee versus going to this big broad group. It's a brand new fall conference, I think is the worst way to try to fine tune anything. Sometimes you undermine your committees. Number one. Number two, I believe very strongly that if the wording is anywhere close, your issues will come when it goes to weigh in on an issue. It's not like it's the last word on any of these issues. So I think we need to worry less about specific wordsmithing, as long as the overall, in general, does what you want it to do. That's why I seconded the motion.
And I agree that this is really a good compilation of the.
Okay, one mic on at a time, everybody.
So this is a good compilation of all the previous policies in one policy. The committee did an awesome job with that. And I think, you know, we could tweak the wording to make it easier, as long as Brittany understands what it says, though, that's what's the most important when it comes to law.
Mr. Beck.
Also in regards to commission comments and call Nancy, I think you can take this to your advisory committee. I think we vetted this. I think I think those comments and rewording can be done at point in time and bring it to the board fall. The other part of that is I would like to bring it to your attention that you have the resolutions that are supposed to be incorporated in these principles. I didn't see anywhere in this resolution where you reference energy resolution 5-1. The only reference I can find to that is on the second page under the now therefore be resolved, where it mentions federal mineral leasing royalties. So that's part of that. That would be part of that, making sure that we get that right.
It is.
Thank you for the input, and Steve, thank you for the input. We have worked to try to incorporate most of everybody's input as well. But before us, we do have a motion and a second. To recommend this on to the full board, I guess, would be the correct way of wording that, which will take place in the fall meeting. And we will work with Brittany to make sure, it is in the best condition and still contains this information and the advisory. So with the motion and second, going to call for a vote. All those in favor of. Aye.
Aye.
We might not. All those opposed? Okay. Thank you. This will be recommended on the full board for approval. And with that, we conclude the energy committee session. So quick break, and then I think we no break. Right into. I will also say, don't forget Joel. Those that attended Joel will be in Montrose coming up next year. So appreciate Ray and the rest of the group that works on that.
My co-chair for the co-chairs committee, the co-chair,
Streets is with us, I believe. Yes. And we are going to be got some updates and announcements about big river issues and grant opportunities, but I am going to hold those till we can. We also have online with us, Dr. Cody Williams.
If I could just real quick remind you, we are starting this committee meeting tomorrow. So if you have site conversations, if you need to, for the benefit and you'd like to everybody else, please take those conversations out of the hall or outside so that we can continue with the committee meetings that we're starting right on the water. That way, if you need your conversation, you have them, but it's not interrupting the current committee meeting. Thank you.
You may have seen media articles this year about how the drought of the last 20+ years is akin to one, 12 in the year 1200, based on tree studies. And Dr. Woodhouse actually did the studies along with some of her colleagues. And we are delighted to have her today. I thought she would be an interesting presenter because, as it is so often said, if you don't learn from history, how do you know how to deal with the present? And so, Dr. Woodhouse, thank you so much for being with us today. We really appreciate your time. And I'm just going to turn it right over to you.
Right, well, let me get my slides up here.
Dr. Woodhouse's short bio is on the agenda. You can see her going up.
Right. Can you, let's see. All right, can you see my slide presentation?
You're seeing the, oh, there it is.
Okay. All right, it's always a little awkward trying to figure out what y'all can see in person. And I know there's some people online as well. So thank you very much for inviting me. I'm happy to be able to have a chance to talk to you all, and hopefully what I have to say will be of interest to you. So I'm going to be talking about reconstructions of past Colorado River stream flow from tree rings and what those records can tell us about drought. So I know that a couple of years ago, it was hard to miss all of these headlines in the news about the drought conditions, about the Colorado River, decreases in flow and water supply, and things seemed to be pretty dire. And then switch gears to this spring when we had headlines that said, what a wonderful snowpack we had and how that was really going to save the day, rebounding reservoir levels and water supply. So with these kind of headlines, you probably wonder, is this sort of like a normal state of affairs, or is this, is this unusual, this kind of quick flipping back and forth? And it's actually, the answer is part of both. I mean, I'm going to be talking about the Colorado River at Lee's Ferry. So there's the map that shows where Lee's Ferry is located. You're probably all familiar with that. It's the major gauge of the upper basin where most of the water comes from for the Colorado River. And the graphic I'm showing you here is the estimates of natural flow from the Bureau of Reclamation for Colorado River at Lee's Ferry. This is water year stream flow, so October through September flows from 1906 to 2023. And you can see the flows are just really variable. Again, these are natural flows, so they have the effects of diversions and depletions and reservoir operations removed. But there's a lot of variability. So the back and forth is a natural part of the system, but maybe what's not as expected is the longer drought that we've been experiencing. So this is the same record, but I'm showing you the droughts highlighted in orange. And you can define droughts in a number of different ways. Here I'm defining droughts as consecutive years below the long-term average, broken by no more than 1 year of above average flow. And I'm looking at droughts that lasted 4 years or more. So you can see there's a wide variety of lengths of drought. They've all occurred since 1930. And kind of what stands out is the drought since 2000, which has persisted. We've had 5 years of above average flow in the mix, but only single years, no more than 1 year that breaks that drought. So technically, by the definition I gave you, we're still in drought. We'll see what happens next year. So that does look a little bit unusual. You also notice this record has a wet period in the early part of the record. Again, starting in 1906 up to 1930, conditions were relatively wet. Hardly any years that really dipped below that average line. And then the 1980s also was a short period of wet conditions as well. So we have this record. It's a fairly long record for gauge records in the Western United States. But the question that comes up, is this representative of the long term? Is it what we might expect in the future? Do we have some of the impacts of climate warming embedded in this that are affecting it? And this record is just really too short to evaluate that. So luckily we have tree rings and their ability to help us extend this record back in time. So we can use dendrochronology, which is the study of tree rings, to extend climate, including hydrology, back in time. This graphic is an image of a conifer. I'm sure everybody has, walked around, you've seen a stump, you've seen this kind of pattern in the rings. The pith is in the middle, the bark is on the outside, the ring widths vary in width, and the environmental conditions that affect tree growth are going to influence their widths. In the Western United States, particularly in fairly arid areas, these ring widths are largely driven by climate and particular variations in moisture. So in a wet year, the trees will grow a wide ring, and in a dry year, the trees will grow a narrow ring. And this pattern of ring widths then can be used as a proxy for moisture going back in time. So in Colorado and the Colorado River Basin and throughout a larger area of the Western United States, there are particular species of trees that are stressed by variations in moisture, and so they are going to be faithfully recording these wet and dry years in their ring width sequences. And these species are Douglas fir, ponderosa pine, and pinyon pine. There are others as well, but these are the 3 main species that we target because they are so reliable recorders of variations in moisture. What we're looking for is this kind of a pattern. I'm showing you in the blue line, Western Colorado annual precipitation, starting in 1930 up through 2000. And then in the green line is one time series of ring widths from a tree. And actually it's up on Grand Mesa, pinyon pine. And you can see how those ring widths match the patterns in Western Colorado annual precipitation quite well. Now, of course, a tree is not a rain gauge, so we wouldn't expect a perfect match, but it's a pretty good match. And so the tree rings are fairly reliable recorders of rainfall. Now, we're not interested in rainfall per se, we're interested in stream flow. So what's the relationship there? Well, some people think, well, you must go down to the river and collect tree ring data from trees that are growing right along the river. And that's actually not the case. If we sample trees in that area, their roots are in the water table there, and they're not very sensitive to variations in moisture. They're what we call fat and happy, which means their ring widths are all about the same. They don't give us information about the variability of climate. Instead, we sample trees up on the sides of the hills, especially south-facing slopes where they are stressed again by moisture. So it turns out that the annual ring widths in trees in this area from the species I mentioned are largely influenced by the soil moisture at the beginning of the growing season. And that soil moisture is influenced by things like antecedent fall conditions, whether the soil is moist in the fall, largely to the snowpack, how much snow falls, and then how it melts off in the spring. Is it melting off nice and slow? Is it soaking into the soil? Is it evaporating because it's warm? And so it's the cumulative effect of those climate conditions that influence the ring width. Now, when we talk about annual stream flow, again, water year stream flow, the conditions that influence annual stream flow are very similar. Our annual stream flow is largely influenced by winter snowpack, but also by the soil moisture conditions in the fall and what happens in the spring. So the 2 sets of conditions, largely related to the snowpack, are very important for both annual growth in the trees and water stream flow in the Colorado River. And so because of that relationship, we have a pretty robust match between what the trees are telling us and what we're seeing in the stream flow. So it's an indirect relationship, but it's quite robust. So what do we do when we're interested in gathering data to tell us about stream flow? We go out in the field, we identify the tree species that we think will give us the best information. With living trees, we sample about 20 trees out of sight. We take increment cores. So this is what Jeff is using right now to take a core out of a living tree. We sample about about 20 trees per site, 2 cores per tree. And those are the living trees. Now, you might wonder how old a record we can get from living trees. We're looking for the oldest trees we can find. And generally in the Colorado River Basin, we're pretty lucky to find trees that are 400, 500 to 600 years old. This tree I'm coring, it's a pinyon pine in northwestern Colorado. It dated back, the inside date was about 1160. So that is a very old individual. If we look hard, we can find trees that old. However, we can extend our living tree record back in time using deadwood. Deadwood will remain on the landscape in Colorado because it's both arid and cool, so it doesn't rot. It'll erode, we'll lose some rings on the outside, but we can sample deadwood on the landscape and extend our living tree chronology back in time. So how does that work? When we sample living trees, the ring right inside the bark is the current year of growth. So we can then assign calendar year dates going back in time based on that outside ring. So we know the years of a living tree. Now with a dead tree, when we sample it, we don't know the years of that, but we can match the pattern of the ring widths in the living tree with the dead wood if they overlap in time. And it's really the pattern of the narrowest rings, those drought years, which are very, very faithfully recorded in all the trees, that then enable this match. And so once we match that pattern, we can assign the calendar dates to the dead wood. And then if we find another piece of dead wood that overlaps with that chronology, we can add that. So in that way, we can then extend our living tree chronology back in time, and we're able to date all of those rings. So back at the lab, we bring our samples in, we sand them down to a very fine polish so we can see the actual ring width structure. We date all the samples and then we measure each and every ring. So this, the image on the bottom right is a setup. It's got a microscope. There's a stage there. There's a little piece of wood. The operator will look through the microscope, line a crosshair in the eyepiece with a ring boundary, turn a crank to move the stage one ring width, and hit a trigger and measure the width. And that's done for each and every ring for all the samples. So the work is pretty time consuming. We are moving into doing more image analysis and trying out systems that enabled us to use newer technology, but by and large, most of the work is still done this way. So what does that get us? This is an example for a site actually in the Front Range of Colorado. I'm showing you the squiggly lines are all ring width measurements from different series of trees. So there's actually 30 series here from 15 trees. So again, 2 series from each tree. So they're all, lined up with their dates. They're all recording ring widths. We average all those series from a site together and create a tree ring chronology for the site. And the tree ring chronologies are then the units that we use for reconstructing things like stream flow. So how does that work? We have our chronologies that are all dated with ring widths. We have our gauge that we're interested in reconstructing. We calibrate the tree ring series with the gauge record. We use a statistical approach. Often it's multiple linear regression where we're actually generating an equation in which the tree rings are used to estimate stream flow. So we come up with a statistical model where tree rings are estimating stream flow. In this graph here, I'm showing you the gauge record for the Colorado at least Ferry in gray and the tree ring reconstruction in blue. And you can see it matches quite well. Again, trees are not rain gauges, they're not stream flow gauges either, but they happen to do a very good job at replicating stream flow variability. We're really lucky in the Colorado River Basin that the trees are seeing the same combination of climate factors that stream flow is experiencing. So it's quite a good match. So as I said, we have our model is actually an equation, and we plug in our tree ring data for that equation for their full length, and we end up with a full reconstruction of stream flow. So that's in a very, very concise nutshell how that works. Okay, so I want to talk a little bit about reconstructions of stream flow for the Colorado River, starting with the first reconstruction of stream flow that was developed. It was for the Colorado River It was done in 1976 by Chuck Stockton and Gordon Jacoby. They were the very first to do this. This is what their reconstruction looked like. It started in 1564, went up to 1962 or so. There's a couple of interesting features they pointed out in their reconstruction. The first was that they noted that the Colorado River Compact of 1922 was drafted at the end of the wettest period in this reconstruction. The other was that at the very beginning of this record in the late 1500s, there was a very long, very persistent drought. We didn't see anything else like that in this record. And also finally that the long-term average of this reconstruction was 13.5 million acre feet. So that's quite a bit less than has been allocated between the Colorado River Compact and the allocations to Mexico. It's something on the order of 16.5. So that was the first reconstruction. There have been quite a few that have followed, showing you the titles of 7 other papers. Since then, there's been a couple of others. Several of them were done using the same treeing data that Stockton Jacoby used. My colleague Dave Miko and I have worked on updating a lot of the data. And I'm going to be talking about 2 of our papers that were based on the newer data in the discussion that follows. So these are just maps of the locations of the tree ring chronologies that were used. On the left, the gray dots are ones that Stockton Jacoby used for their study back in 1976. They actually built on work by Edmund Schulman, who collected treeing data in the 1930s and 40s. Dave and I went out starting in the late 1990s. We had different funding. We worked together. Sometimes we worked separately. We're longtime colleagues, but we greatly expanded the collection of treeing data. We updated some of the older chronologies, but we also developed a lot of new chronologies, and we were able to really expand that network. And with that network, we were then able to extend the dates of the reconstruction. This is a reconstruction that Dave led in 2007. Colorado River at least Ferry goes back to 762, so really extends that record back in time from what Stockton Jacoby did and brought it up to 2005. So the red box shows the instrumental period. And you can see what a much longer term perspective we get on the instrumental record when we have this when we look at this full reconstruction. So, and there's a lot of variability. There's just a lot of variability in this record. So I want to go back to the drought record and the instrumental actual instrumental data that we have. I showed you this graphic, which showed the droughts using one definition of drought, consecutive years below the average, broken by no more than 1 year of above average flow. I'm going to be looking at droughts using a slightly different definition. This is just consecutive years below the average, 4 years or more. And in our gauge record, we have 3 of those that are 4 years or more, 1 that's 4 years and 2 that are 5 years, 5 consecutive years. So again, different definition of drought. But I applied that definition to the full reconstruction, and this is what it looks like. So you can see, first of all, droughts are obviously a very major part of the Colorado River. It's the nature of the river. It has many, many droughts. The second is that these droughts are not evenly distributed across time. You can see periods of time where there are not very many droughts, like in the 1500s and the 1600s. The 20th century also, we have fewer droughts than we see in other periods of time. And you can also see before about 1300, or really maybe 1150, a very high concentration of droughts. So these are not distributed equally across time, and some of them are much longer than the ones that the 5-year periods that we've seen in the instrumental record. 2 droughts in particular I want to draw your attention to. One is the end of the 1200s. This is a period of like a decade or more of consecutive years below the average. This coincided with the period of time historically that we know the ancient Puebloans left the Four Corners area, left Mesa Verde. They dispersed to the Rio Grande and other areas where there were more reliable water supplies. There's been a lot of studies trying to determine what caused them to leave the area, and it was a variety of factors, but drought was certainly one of them. The other drought I'm circling on the left is one in the 1100s, and that one is another period, a very persistent period of drought that is outstanding in this record. So we can look at droughts in a couple of different ways. I'm going to show you 2 dimensions of drought here, duration and intensity. This is from a different record, a more updated record that Dave and I did from 1116 to 2014. So on the bottom, drought duration, consecutive years going from 2 years in a row to 14 years in a row. And on the axis to the left is percent of mean. And so if you look at that bottom beige dot above the 2, that's a 2-year drought. And the average annual stream flow was about 62% of average. This is the instrumental period average. So that's the way that you interpret these dots. Now the purple dots are all the droughts that occurred in the 20th and 21st centuries. And then the beige ones are all the droughts that occurred prior to the 20th century, going back to 1116. So you can see that the purple droughts are just a subset of the droughts that have occurred over past centuries. And really, if you want to get the full range of variability of what's happened, you need to look at this longer record. So we can see the late 1200s drought was 14 years, 1100s drought was 13 years, very persistent drought conditions. And you can see that the longer droughts were not quite as intense as some of the shorter droughts, but still a 13-year drought at about 72% of average is certainly quite a severe drought, even if it's less intense than some of those short ones. We can also look at wet periods. This is again the same reconstruction. I should say this is smooth with a 10-year running average. And what I've indicated here are the 6 wettest 20-year average periods. So the wettest 20-year period occurred, interestingly, following that late 1500s drought that Stockton and Jacoby first identified. And then the second wettest 20-year period followed that 1100s drought I pointed out. So we have this, again, this switching from dry to wet conditions, this dynamic system. Another interesting feature here is that 3 of the 6 of the wettest 20-year periods occurred in the last 150 years or so, and 2 of them occurred in the 20th century. So we're seeing kind of a concentration of these wet periods, again, by one definition, a 20-year average occurring in the 20th century. So the questions that come up, how can the reconstructions help inform the future? And is the record of the past a good indication of what the future will be like? Good questions. I mean, we're looking at these 2 reconstructions in different ways. We're seeing that on one hand, the 20th century seems to have fewer droughts than the full record, and likewise, the 20th century also seems a bit wetter when you look at these 20-year averages. So can we be optimistic and say, well, can we hope that will continue into the future? Well, that's a good question. I'll get back to that. But I want to talk for just a minute about the climatic conditions that influence stream flow. As I mentioned, snowpack is huge. You all know that. Big snowpack here, we have higher flows. But we can think about the conditions that influence climate in terms of runoff efficiency. And that's the amount of precipitation that falls in the basin throughout the year, snowpack, rainfall, all of that precipitation that falls in the basin, how much of it makes its way into the river. In the Colorado River Basin, it's about 16%. So that's like, well, not very much actually makes it into the basin. Where does it go? Some of it gets taken up by plants. An awful lot of it evaporates, and evaporation is controlled by temperature. And so it turns out that temperature is also a really important factor influencing stream flow. Winter snowpack, the main factor. Winter temperatures, especially in the summer, it turns out, are also important, but of course not nearly as important as stream flow or as snowpack. But if we think about how climate is changing in the basin, that comes into play. I'm going to show you trends in Upper Colorado River Basin precipitation, temperature, and stream flow here. This graphic at the top is annual precipitation in the water year. It starts in, I think, 1896, goes up through 2015 about. The light line are the annual values. The blue line is a smooth value. The red dotted line is the trend. And you can see there basically is no trend in precipitation in the Colorado River Basin. Here's temperature, a little bit of a different story. We can see that there has been a trend of warming over this period of time in the Colorado River Basin, and I don't think that's news to anybody. We've seen this kind of thing, not just in the Colorado River Basin, but all over. So if we have precipitation that's flat, but we have warming temperatures, what will we expect from stream flow? Well, it turns out stream flow is decreasing as well. And so based on the fact that precipitation is not getting wetter, it's not changing at all, this suggests that temperatures are having an influence on stream flow. So if we go back to this idea of runoff efficiency, the graphic shows the trend in runoff efficiency is decreasing over time. I said on average it was 16%. Since 2000, that has dropped to 14%. And a lot of that is due to the fact that temperatures are warming. So if we go back to these questions, how can tree rings best inform the future? Is the record of the past a good indication of what the future will be like? Well, it's kind of a mixed answer. Obviously, this reconstruction, this long record shows us that the climate system, the hydrology can vary incredibly. We can have wet periods and dry periods. We can have persistent drought. There's just a wide variety of the way that the natural system of, gives us stream flow. And our instrumental record only shows us a very small subset of that. So it's prudent to consider that, what's happened in the past could well occur in the future. However, conditions are warmer than they were throughout this record. So if we want to think about plausible scenarios for the future, I suggest that we might want to consider the natural variability in the stream flow reconstruction, but consider that we need to add warming temperatures to that. So any drought that has occurred in the past, add warming. The drought that we're experiencing now, the precipitation deficits are not unusual. What's unusual is the warming temperatures. So to summarize, tree rings provide a proxy record of long-term natural hydrologic variability in the Colorado River. These reconstructions indicate that the gauge record doesn't reflect the full range of hydrologic variability that's possible. It's occurred over the past centuries. As far as we know, there's no reason we couldn't have the same combinations and variability that we've seen in the past occur in the future. However, these long-term records are not analogs for the future because the current climate is warmer than in past centuries. These records can provide plausible scenarios for the future if we consider them along with the added influence of warming temperatures on stream flow. And there's modeling efforts to do this. Take a paleo drought, add warming. Does that give us a scenario that we might consider plausible for the future given these conditions? So that's all I have. I don't know what your schedule is like, whether there's time for questions, but I'd be happy to answer any if you do. Thanks very much.
Dr. Whitehouse, thank you. Very, very interesting. And we do have a few minutes for questions. If anyone has questions. Yes.
This is Wendell Coons from Delta County. Dr. Woodhouse, that's extraordinarily interesting. Would you go back to that 3 slides where it showed the stream efficiency on the bottom?
Let's see, let's get back to that. That's it. Is that? Oh yeah, it's gonna take a minute.
While you look for that, my question is, in your stream efficiency, does that account for the man-made diversions, trans mountain diversions, storage that takes place in the Colorado River system?
No, these are based. I'm says I am sharing it. Can you see?
We're seeing the presentation, but not the presentation slides themselves. We're seeing where you were editing them and your notes and whatnot.
Oh, that's interesting. Let me see. Okay, let me stop sharing. Try that one more time. It says.
It's about the 3rd or 4th slide. From the
Yeah, I can see the slide, but I'm not sure why you're not seeing it because it says you're sharing your screen.
Question is if you
right.
If you manipulated your data to account for TMDs and the other storage projects and withholding water during projects, or even in average years, did that affect the stream efficiency ratio?
Right, yeah, the efficiency, the runoff efficiency was based on the estimates of natural stream flow. So they're not considering any of the diversions or the depletions or any of those effects, which of course would add to that. If the demand has been increasing in time, it seems to me. Trying to think. Yeah, the runoff efficiency is based totally just on the climatology and the estimates of natural flow. I don't know why this isn't sharing. I am sorry, but it's not working.
Technology. Dr. Woodhouse.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Woodhouse. Very interesting stuff. I'm Bonnie Peterson from Mason County. I was wondering if any of your tree ring studies gives you any insights into forest fires over that period of time.
That's an interesting question. I try to avoid those kind of forests because I'm interested in climate, but there is a whole field of study in dendrochronology that looks at fire history. So there's been an active Peter Brown in the Colorado Front Range works, has a business over there, works for CSU, has done lots of fire history studies looking at tree scars in the trees and using those to date past fires, both the extent of the fire, the frequency of the fire. So I haven't done that kind of work related to water resources, though I have had people ask me if if my stream flow reconstructions, which are based on the climate, would be affected by fires in the past, which would change the runoff. And so I've looked at that a bit, and it seems like those kind of impacts can occur, can affect runoff, but they're usually pretty short term, and they're for fairly short or fairly small areas. So I don't know what's behind your question on that. I could probably be more specific if I knew, if you had something specific you want to know about tree rings and the fires.
I was just wondering what the frequency in the past of forest fire related to precipitation, so to speak, or your water studies, and how that compares to now. And maybe it's Peter Brown's.
Peter Brown would be, you should invite Peter Brown to talk to your group next year. He would be able to tell you about that. He's done an enormous number of studies throughout the West on fire history from tree scars, trees that are scarred by fire and don't die, but record the sequences of scars in their ring pattern, then can be used to estimate frequency of past fires.
Great, thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who has a question for Dr. Woodhouse?
Thank you, Doctor. I'm Hunter in Beacon County. I was kind of curious, you said that at the conclusion after all this, the only thing that's really had a major effect when the temperature increased at that time. Are we talking about the 1100s now? What is it when you say temperature increase? What does that mean? It seems to be a lot of calculus about what's happening. Can you clear that up? Please? Thank you.
I'm sorry, I had a real hard time hearing what you're saying. It's a very echoey, garbled. Is there any way to get the sound quality a little better? You're talking about temperature and how that came into play in the 1100s, but I couldn't quite get.
Close. When you talk about the temperature increase over that time, you talk about the entire time starting in the 1100s. Was it more recent? And what does temperature change mean more specifically? There seems to be a discussion about how great that is or is not. Thank you.
Okay, I think I got the gist of your question. Sorry, again, the sound quality is a little bit weird. When I talk about warming temperatures, I'm talking about temperatures over the 20th century for the most part, which is when we're seeing increases in temperature. And in particular, since about 1980, that seems to be when we're seeing an uptick in temperatures in the Colorado River Basin. Back in the 1100s, back in the early part of that record that I showed you, the temperatures were not as warm. However, that we have reason to believe that conditions were drier than they are now. So there's sort of two things going on in those droughts. In the early part of the record, they were more influenced by drier conditions than the droughts are today. Temperatures were cooler though. Another reason maybe those droughts are not analogous to what we're seeing now. The droughts, particularly since about 1980, in the Colorado Basin, seem to have been exacerbated, made worse from warming temperatures. Does that answer your question?
Yes, thank you.
Okay, good.
Anything else? Dr. Woodhouse, you can't, thank you enough for taking your time today. Very interesting, and I believe your slides will be available on the Club 20 website. So anyone who'd like to go back and look at those, or anyone who wasn't able to attend today will be able to appreciate the presentation. So thank you very, very much. We appreciate your today. Thank you.
Thank you for listening. Thank you for inviting me.
Thank you. And now our next presentation is, I think, going to be equally interesting to everyone. We have with us perfect. Okay, I think our next presentation will be equally interesting. We have Don Day Jr. from Day Meteorology in Cheyenne, Wyoming. I first heard Don speak at a water seminar in Montrose last fall, and really felt as though this information and again, scientific expertise would be valuable to our discussions on unrelated water issues. So Don, thank you so much for coming today to Walden from Wyoming. We really appreciate you being here. And without further ado, take it away.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, everybody. Well, it's not afternoon yet. So great segue from the 2-week study to this in terms of these ups and downs and whether or not. There we go. Yeah. Check, check, check. You guys hear me okay? Yes. I'm loud. Okay, good morning. All right. So I'm going to do my best for giving you guys an outlook for the next water cycle. So, and was last year kind of a fluke where we went right from severe drought to all of a sudden record snowpack. As last presenter showed you, the historical record shows this part of the country really is for famine. It really can be. And the trick in this part of the country, especially when it comes to policy making and water management, water planning, is really having a good grasp of not only what you saw with the treatment study about this variability, but removing the perception that the weather is supposed to be the same every year. It's kind of a human construct. I think a lot of it has to do with the fact that when this nation was founded, if you look at the weather and climate in the East and the Midwest, especially the Corn Belt, you don't see the natural variability that we see. So we have to have a bit of a historical perspective. And I found that my presentation really interesting because this is the phrase that I use all the time. It's the mystery is in the history. And understanding that's really good. So some of our perceptions with weather and climate in this part of the country, I think, is influenced by the people that moved and settled here where they came. Just going to throw that out there. So I've shown this slide to many of you in this room about how important the Pacific Ocean is. It's not only really important, it's the factor that is really driving precipitation patterns, have been and will be forever in our part of the world that we live in. North America in particular, But the Pacific Ocean is a big regulator of our weather and climate all the way through here. And again, when it comes to understanding precipitation patterns in Colorado, is that we are really at the mercy of the Pacific. So it behooves us to understand what the Pacific is doing, as I've told you guys in other presentations. So when it comes to me giving you an outlook, after what we just experienced with the big snowpack this year, Western Colorado, for Western slope folks, it's been pretty dry this summer. The monsoon's been a really windy one so far. That's going to change here in the next week. But Eastern Colorado has seen incredible rain since spring. So as good as the snowpack was in the mountains, the Front Range and Eastern Plains of Colorado kind of got their snowpack season in terms of what's happened in spring and summer. So we're going to take a really close look at the sea surface temperature pattern changes of the Pacific when we go into what I'm expecting as we go through the rest of this year in 2024. And the idea here is that was last year good? Are we going to go right back to it? Is there any indication that this was a flip and we're going to fall off the cliff and go right back into a very dry pattern? Is that a possibility? Is that on the table or not? And this was referenced in the presentation before me. This variability can be a year or two, it can be 5 years, 10 years, or 20 years, but we see this sine wave pattern, precipitation patterns in the Western United States. So, quick review, there'll be a test later. Because I've talked to this to some of you, not all of you, but we have just gone through a 3-year La Nina cycle, where the tropical Pacific along the equator has been colder than average. What do I mean by colder than average? Well, it's when, technically speaking, if a certain geography of the Pacific Ocean is a 0.5 degree centigrade colder than the 30-year average, that is a weak or beginning stages of the La Nina. During this past 3 years, the Pacific was as much as 2.5 degrees Celsius colder than the 30-year average, which is darn right cold. The most thing to remember here is La Nina means less water in the air. Less water in the air is going to mean less precipitation in the Western United States. So the good news is La Nina started to fade significantly in January. It was gone really by mid to late January. And what we have seen historically in the past is when we transition from La Nina to our next cycle in the Pacific, El Nino, it does tend to be a wetter year. But something else that happens during La Ninas is that you tend to have stronger periods of wind, you have stronger jet stream winds, you have more downsloping events on the east side of the mountain ranges, which is a drying factor. So La Ninas are really, really bad for this part of the country. Not only do you have less, you tend to have less snow in the winter, you tend to be warmer in the winter, you tend to be windy in the winter, you tend to be drier in the spring and windier in the spring. You guys see any problems? Okay, so what ends up happening is La Ninas feed on themselves. A drought is a feedback loop that's really bad, because if the drought gets worse, the ability to get out of the drought gets harder because you lose soil moisture. And these La Nina patterns really do this. Now, you can't really see this is not coming on very good. But if you were to take a global look at a perspective at what the general trends are in La Ninas, can you guys see this light green here? Barely? Barely? Okay, I'm not going to spend too much time on this now. But there is a long-term noticeable pattern that La Ninas make Western North America, good part of South America, drier than average and warmer than average in the long haul throughout the course of the year. The opposite tends to happen on the other side of the Pacific. Australia, parts of Southeast Asia are wet. So this is where we were about a year ago. Notice the La Nina here, that's your cold water right here. Now you may think that this is really far away from Colorado. How could something so far away affect our weather so much? Keep in mind, this is the warmest part of the earth in terms of available energy to create weather, because that's the warmest and longest stretch of water anywhere on earth. So warm water creates water vapor going back into the air, which is basically energy to create weather. So if that is blue and cold, you're creating less storms, you're creating less weather. So La Niñas are just not good for anybody. And you also tend to have this happen in La Niñas. You tend to have bigger Arctic outbreaks that are more intense. We can talk about the Texas Arctic outbreak a couple of winters ago. You tend to see those more often in La Niñas. You also tend to have stronger high pressure systems that can cause more prolonged, more intense heat waves. You tend to have extremes, you tend to have drought in La Niñas and extremes in La Niñas. So when you look at the weather and the climate in Colorado and you start piecing together these cycles, this is where, when you're in water planning and policy, you need to understand where you are in the cycle so you can understand what's coming and so you can plan to be proactive with water instead of reactive with water. So this is where we were a year ago with the drought line. So you can see that a lot of red there. And we have now gone to an El Nino pattern. We just, in the last few weeks, technically went there. So look at this change in sea surface temperature from here to there in a year. So what causes that? I mean, how can you go and see these sea surface temperature patterns be so dynamic and change all this? There's a lot of things going on in terms of what's called upwelling and downwelling, cold water, warm water, trade winds change directions. And so you tend to have this redistribution of heat content in the oceans that can be quite dynamic. So this is where we are right now as of this past Sunday in terms of sea surface temperature anomaly. This is the classic El Nino pattern. So we are expecting, as I'll show you here in a minute. Could you advance this slide? Now, okay, so this is the drought monitor from a year ago. This is the most recent drought monitor. Yeah, holy cow, that's right. I will be honest, if I was standing here a year ago at this time, I would have not had the moxie to say, Colorado will be out of the drought in a year. Who would have believed me? Nobody. And I would not have blamed you for not believing it. I mean, the Corn Belt is still droughty, right? And then we've got these pockets of dryness. This is nothing. I mean, nothing compared to that. What happened? This happened. Okay, we transitioned out of one to the other. And the thing is, we've seen this historically in the past. Does anybody remember when the last El Nino was? 2019. That wasn't very long ago. But you tend to forget things very, very quickly when you have 2 or 3 years of drought in a row. You forget about that last wet year. So the opposite happens. So La Niña bad, El Nino good when it comes to water in this part of the country here, because El Nino is moist, that is a better situation. Now, this is my warning, is that each La Niña and each El Nino are not exactly the same. They're going to behave differently. It's like, you know, you have 6 kids, each one's different. Same thing with La Niñas and El Nino. So can we say that every time we transition from a La Niña to an El Nino, Colorado will have snowpack like this past year? No, the answer is no. But there's the tendency that it does become more wet. So you have to be really careful and not draw a straight line because they all have different intensities. The timing of when they happen is really important. And that's what really benefited Colorado this year and all of the Western United States with the snowpack was the transition from La Niña going to the next one happened exactly at the right time to make those more wet storms be more productive. You heard about atmospheric rivers and all of those things that came on through. One thing that
About the last presentation that would be nice to talk to the author about is that matching the tree rings to these cold and warm cycles of the Pacific, and to see how much correlation there is. Because we know when we're in the blue, when the Pacific is colder, like we're seeing right here in the past few years. Right here, okay, we tend to be droughty. Now here the droughts in the 50s, the droughts in the early 30s right here. There's a really strong correlation, cold Pacific and drought, and that should show up in tree rings. Now, she had mentioned in her discussion about how drought has been more frequent since the year 2000, and it has, obviously. But see how often the Pacific was cold as compared to the late 70s to the late 90s. The Pacific will go through 20 to 30-year cycles of being warmer or colder. Again, so this goes to this natural variability back and forth. So less drought, there was much less drought in the preceding 30 years as compared to the last 30 years. So from the way I look at things, I'm looking at proximity of tree rings at that time, the biggest that Colorado's precipitation patterns are really dictated by what the Pacific is doing. Here's the good news about the current state of the Pacific. Is that, well, wait, I'm gonna reverse that. This is the bad news about the current state of the Pacific. Even though we're in an El Nino right now, we are still technically in a negative or cold Pacific decadal oscillation, which means a really strong La Nina could come back. Will it be as bad as what we just went through? Probably not in the next 3 years, but the tendency is that a strong La Nina could come back, let's say around 2029, 2030 or so. So is there really a correlation? Do the numbers say La Ninas are wetter and La Ninas are dry? So if you go back to the late 1940s, when we really have somewhat good data, you see the map on the left, the blue and the purple represent all the La Ninas and the El Ninos since 1949. The left is El Nino. The purple and the blue show a tendency for those locations to pick above normal precipitation. The graphic on the right is all the La Ninas since the late 1940s. So it's very, 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 very strong correlation. So this is where I'm going to lead into the forecast for this next year. And this is a tree ring study. I'm not going to go talk too much about that. See, it's blue, red, blue, red, blue, red, blue, red, water whiplash. So what has happened since the last La Nina faded? Well, I will tell you, first of all, it was very poorly forecasted that we would have an above normal snowpack, especially to the level that we have seen the snowpack increase in just that 1 year time. You know, what happened? Why didn't we see that? It's a big question. We need to study to find out a little more. But we had record snowpack. We had incredible amounts of snow. I won't belabor the point. We all know what we heard and what we saw with the runoff and that type of thing. Also, since December 2022, even with the recent heat wave, even Arizona, as of this morning, since January 1st, has had a colder than normal year. I know it's how could that be? Phoenix is burning up. Well, unless you were paying attention, Arizona in January, February, March, April were much colder than average. We all have these people that live in Arizona in the winter, and they come up here in the summer. They were complaining about how cold it was, and they were saying it was warmer in Wyoming than Tucson one day, which is actually true. Oh. And one reason for the monsoon being off to a late start this year is the fact that the deserts were cold this winter. It took longer to warm up to get the monsoon moisture flow up. If you don't have a hot desert, you don't get the monsoon. Sound counterintuitive? But the Gulf of California in Mexico, off the Baja, it took several more weeks for it to warm up for the monsoon to get going. That was because of the cold winter. Okay, so. I know, it's crazy, isn't it? So the drought conditions that the show can vastly improve price for storage of wheat. So can we just start going hog wild on the water? And just start using it up? The answer is no, obviously. Okay, but I will tell you, as the tree ring study shows, when we go into severe drought, we tend to go the other way very quickly. We never slowly ramp up into a nice wet pattern. You know where that happens? You drop the seed on the ground in Iowa, it's gonna, okay? It's the reason why it's the Corn Belt. That's not Colorado. We have these wild swings. We just have to go all over through this. So this is my fearless forecast going into the rest of this year in 2024. So we'll see where we go with this. I don't like to do my long range forecast this early. I like to do it in December. Just kidding. Because I can tell you by next July, I'll be able to really tell you what happened this past winter. But no, here goes nothing, right? So this is what I do for a week. So I have to be right more often than I'm wrong. So the good news is the multi-La Nina is gone. It's put to bed. We don't have to worry about La Nina impacts, which is really, really good. That dry signal's gone. The El Nino's developing, and it's a natural response. The atmosphere and the oceans are constantly battling for equilibrium. That's what creates weather. So where it's cold over here, it's going to be warm over here. Where it's rainy here, it's going to be dry over here. It's a battle. Okay, that's what creates weather. So that for the natural response of the oceans after a cold cycle is a warm cycle. And you know what the natural response to the warm cycle will be later? Cold cycle. So knowing where we are on that trend is really important. So as we know, El Nino is more of a wet cycle. So it is going to intensify, and I'll show you here some data, and it's going to go well into 2024. And not to bore you with too much graphs all over here, but this is where we are now, a weak El Nino. This 0 line is what we call a nada. We're a neutral phase. It's neither or, it's got an identity problem. So these solid lines here are showing basically going to March, April, and May that it will at least continue in that time frame. And you see all these red bars, you're looking at statistical probability of it being better than 70% all the way in the first quarter of next year, which is important because if we have El Nino in winter and in spring, that is a wet signal for the western United States. And for the same areas that got wet last winter. So you may be asking yourself, well, we weren't in an El Nino last winter. Why was it so wet? It's because the transition started where we started to see things change and we just got lucky. Stars lined up and we were able to put it together. So what does this mean? So knowing where you are on the cycle in terms of water management and thinking about water usage and all of those things is really important. So with the burgeoning El Nino, I am optimistic that we're going to have another good year of precipitation in Colorado. That means rain, and that means snow, and that means snow. So we're going to be able to go back-to-back years. We're not going to have a 1 year, one and done type situation. This will be at least a 2-term weather pattern for at least a couple of years. And as I told you, the mystery is in the history. Historical trends tend to do better than the modeling. But when the modeling matches the historical trends, you tend to have a higher confidence level. The historical trends say that after a multi-year La Nina, you tend to have 2 to 4 good precipitation years around. So what do the models say? Well, the models don't go that far out that I trust. But the historical trends and the models are matching. So I'm optimistic. So what we're going to do is, if we expect similar trends going forward, again, that's an awful map. The green is showing where the tendency is it to be more wet in El Ninos, where drier is across the globe. But I'll skip that. So this goes into the fearless forecast segment, and I am going to show you models here. The green and the blue is wetter than average. The brown and the red, as you would expect to be low average. And what I'm showing you is a 3-month period, August 1 through October 31st. So 3 months altogether with precipitation. Basically, what it's showing is the current trend cycle we're in now, for it to be wet on the Front Range, Eastern Plains, and into the upper Midwest, is basically going to continue in the fall. One thing that we've seen in La Niñas is we've seen the falls go longer. So people have made remarks to me. It's like, well, fall seems to be starting later, and spring seems to be starting. It seems to be warmer in the fall and colder in spring. Expect that to flip. So expect the falls to be colder. So elk hunters, that big October snowstorm probably going to happen. That we haven't seen in the last 3 or 4 years. So what does that mean with temperatures? This is pretty interesting. So for that 90-month period, the center of the country is going to have a tendency to be cooler than normal. This actually is the trend actually how summer has gone, actually. Heat west of the divide, the middle of the part of the country has actually been cooler than average. And this will continue into here. Now, this is really important. This is November through January. What do you guys see about California? Okay. Traditionally, California El Niños are strong and very, very wet. So California is likely to have back-to-back good water seasons. What do you notice about Southwest Colorado? You see that blotch. This is really interesting because I've seen strong El Niños dump a lot of water in Southwest Colorado. So there is a better than average chance of a wet year on the western slope in that period of November through January. And that would include the southwest areas of Colorado. Those of you who from Southwest Colorado, I'm trying to remember the year, it was 2009. Sometime in the early 2000s where it just never stopped snowing. And I have pictures of people on the roof with snowblowers and that type of thing. I'm not saying that's gonna happen this year. This is a very strong signal. This is a classic El Nino signal right here. Again, warmer Pacific means more water vapor, means more wet conditions. What does it look like with temperatures? Now this is for November through January. While El Ninos don't tend to cause severe outbreaks of Arctic air like we saw with the Texas Arctic outbreak a couple of years ago, you can have colder than average El Nino winters, especially in the nation's midsection and east of the divide. That'll be something to watch. This is January through March. So historically, we should have another wet year, and the models are saying the same. So I'm cautiously optimistic that at least we've got another good year of precipitation coming to Colorado. But keep in mind that we might get another good year after that. But we don't tend to really go more than 4 or 5 years of above normal precipitation or average. Because you know what's going to happen in response to this El Nino? We go to La Nina. And we're going to go to La Nina probably somewhere around 29 or 30, where we can put a multiple La Nina year back together. So what I'm showing you and telling you is exactly what shows up in tree meteorologists. Great year, great couple of years, really crappy 4 years coming our way. And I don't see any reason why we're not going to see that cycle differently. So with that said, if it doesn't snow a lot this winter, I will be sad, but I think it's going to be another good snow. So anybody have any questions? Or,
Go ahead.
yeah.
So I think I'm up to my allotment of questions here. There are reports that is breaking down. Is the same kind of thing happening in the northern Pacific? That whole flow, I can't remember what it's called, but it goes up by Japan. Is that breaking down, or is that holding?
Okay, well, the answer is no. To reference the thing that was in the news this week, it's not the Gulf Stream. That was mislabeled on many headlines. There's a huge difference between Gulf Stream and the Atlantic Meridional overturning circulation. So I will only comment on papers in the news that I've read. And I've read that. Okay, that paper's garbage. And the reason it's garbage is that it's statistical analysis of worst case scenario models in the Atlantic. And it was a total statistical exercise. And the reason you know it's garbage is Michael Mann, who's a climatologist out of Penn State, who is a very proponent of global warming, criticized the paper. Okay, it's red flag. So it was mislabeled as Gulf Stream, it wasn't, and I will tell you that circulation in the North Atlantic overturns gravity. And when it does, the Earth gets colder. So I'm not even going to comment on news stories in summer. It's been a wild summer news stories. Next question.
So how much does CO2 affect climate and temperatures compared to El Nino?
Okay, that's got an hour or two. Okay, this is important to understand about CO2. CO2 does not trap heat. It's not a heat trapping gas. It radiates heat energy back down from the atmosphere. So it's not a heat trapping gas. So the radiative property of CO2 and its contribution to warming air or water is actually pretty small. And it's very small over water. So if I give you an analogy, if you put a pot of cold water on a stove, and the water temperature in that pot of water, let's say, is 100 degrees, and you turn the stove on to 101. How long will it take that water to warm up to 101? It's going to take a while. So the top 3 or 2 millimeters of water may be impacted by carbon dioxide warming. But you have to understand that oceans have horizontal currents and vertical currents, outwelling and downwelling. So CO2 as a driver to make water warmer is extremely poor. Therefore, the impacts of CO2 on La Nina and El Nino cycles is it's in the realm of noise. So CO2 and La Ninas and El Ninos are not going to be fact.
Bonnie, go ahead. Sorry. So I read an article a few months ago about some underwater volcanic activity. How much does that volcanic activity impact the ocean temperatures, thereby impacting La Nina?
That's a very good question, and that is a very important finding. It found 19,000 undersea volcanoes they didn't know existed. And there is a recent paper that correlates global temperature with geothermal activity, and it's pretty close in terms of the ups and downs in temperatures. The honest answer is we need to study it. Okay, obviously volcanic activity above ground and below the water surface obviously is going to be impacting those waters, not only through temperature, but venting of gases and that. And while we're on volcanoes, I cannot stress strongly enough for you to pay attention to anything you might see. You won't really see it in the news, but if you like sciencey websites, the Tonga volcano that went off in January 2022, a new paper came out last week. They recalibrated the satellite data, and they went from saying it put 50 million metric tons of water in the stratosphere to 150 million metric tons of water into the stratosphere. Stratospheric water vapor makes the Earth warmer. So if the stratosphere has what they say now, 13% more water is in the stratosphere than it did before the eruption. That is a warming signal. Volcanoes can cause cooling if they emit a lot of sulfur dioxide into the stratosphere. But this was an underwater volcano. To give you an idea of how much water that is, Lake Tahoe, the amount of water that's in Lake Tahoe was put into the stratosphere from this volcanic eruption. What does that mean with weather? We don't know. The honest answer is we don't know. We're going to have to observe and see what happens. So I call that job security. Yeah. We don't know, honestly, that's the honest answer. We need to study things like that.
Any other questions?
Yeah, the water, the glass is half full of water.
Yes, when.
Mark, I've got a question for you. Is the data that in Colorado, is sending to the data?
Honestly. Yeah, Wendell just asked whether the river district's data correlates to what we've seen this morning. Honestly, I'm not real sure. I'm not sure whether the river district has used this information. But it was one of the reasons that I thought both scientists would be a good add to this program. And so I'm hopeful that you know, if it hasn't been considered, both of these presentations are useful in our discussions on the Colorado. Any other questions? We're done. Yes, go ahead.
And this might be a little bit beyond your purview, but as we look at water storage projects potentially, and how can we utilize some of your information to encourage water storage as we look into some of our drier years, and maybe even look at how those reservoirs, movies and what's being and now refilled, and how do we manage those facilities maybe to align with some of our weather and.
Yeah, no, that's a good question. I mean, there needs to be more water storage in the West, as long as we want population to increase. And expect population increase, we're not magically gonna, the rain gods are not magically gonna say, okay, there's more people, rain clouds, right? But with the increasing population, we have to increase water storage, and we have to treat it like a savings account. In these good years like this, not assume what I've started to say, we can't expect every year to be the same. And to start managing water that way. And I know that there's attempts to do that, but there was a lot of water policy for decades that was, it's gonna be like it's always been. That type of thing. So I encourage water storage. I also am not a big fan that weather modification will produce much water, whether it's cloud seeding or everything else. The expression I use for cloud seeding is gas can enhance rainfall, but it's like squeezing juice from a turkey. So and you've got to have a cloud to make it rain. And some of these drought years, you're not going to make it rain more when you don't have rain anyway. So that's a thing. So we got to be more wise with our water, and storage, I think, is really, really important. That's obviously, I mean, I would say we need to build more reservoirs if we want to continue to grow.
Any other questions? Thank you so much for coming down from China. We really like it. And again, his slide presentation his slides will be on the Club 20 website for anybody to refer to, or anyone who wasn't able to be here today to review and appreciate. So with that, before we do our couple of resolutions, I just want to first of all thank Wolf Dunn, who is our sponsor this morning. And we do have a couple of updates and announcements. We're very fortunate to have Representative Husky, the House Speaker from Summit County, with us today. And I'm sure you all are curious about what's going on, you know, Colorado River Drought Task Force. So thank you.
Thank you, Marty. Great to see everyone this morning. My apologies for being late. I am really excited to say that Monday will be the first meeting of Colorado River Drought Task Force. The challenge of making sure you're holding yourself accountable in legislation and putting a date in that legislation is that you have to meet that deadline. And we have been working very hard the last 2 months, both in making appointments to the drought task force, as well as finding a facilitator and getting ourselves off and running. July 31st was the deadline for our first meeting, and we will be making that. It will be a virtual meeting. It is open to the public. It will run from 1 to 3 p.m. on Monday. The meeting following that will be in person. I believe, much easier, more robust agenda, and that will be August 10th.
Yeah, maybe.
The full schedule calendar will be up on a website Monday. We are scrambling to get that set up as well. The Langdon group out of Palisade will be facilitating the work of the task force, 12 meetings between now and December 15th. I'm very excited with what lies ahead and the chance for us on the Western Slope to have our voices heard and represented in next steps in how we, from an intrastate perspective, are managing the Colorado River and our water future. So thank you all, those of you who have provided input. I'm ever so grateful for your outreach. We have made a very strong commitment to make sure that these meetings are public, but also that there is a great deal of community engagement along the way. We had so much interest from so many groups in sitting on the task force. We want to be sure that groups like Club 20, a group that does such a good job of really highlighting the needs of a diverse Western Slope, that the voices here are heard, and voices from all our different interest areas. Ag, certainly, outdoor rec, our immigrant communities, all our native tribes. There is a great deal of work ahead. So please see me if you have questions. Thanks, Mike.
Thank you very much. We really appreciate the leadership and assistance that you and especially Senator Roberts provided to the West Slope this winter. You know, in the legislative session, it's desperately needed. Thank you. And then one other announcement, we have the Colorado Going Water Smart workshop. It's being co-sponsored by the Colorado River District, along with the Sonoran Institute. You can find more information about this on the River District's website, or feel free to contact me or the district. But if you want, this is open to entities that want, communities, counties that want, and municipalities that want to participate in the workshop. The applications are due fairly soon, but if anybody's got an interest in more information, see me afterwards. I've got the information with me, or again, you could go to the Colorado River District's website. Microphones, dozens. I don't think we've got any other major announcements at the moment. So let's take up the resolutions. We had 2 resolutions. Chris, by chance, are you still online? Do you want to lead the discussion, or? Nope, I'm not hearing Chris.
Zane is online and might have something to add about the.
Chris Treese is not here today due to a family medical issue. And so. That's Chris.
Madam. Yeah, and Zane's here too. I had my hand up. I was just gonna chime in if you don't mind, Madam Chair. Can I just take 2 minutes to thank the speaker and offer a couple of comments on the Drought Task Force?
Sure, this is Zane Kessler with.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I wanted to take a moment to thank Speaker McCluskey for leading the charge alongside a broad bipartisan group of West Slope legislators that included Dylan Roberts that you mentioned, Marty, but also Perry Will and Mark Catlin, Matt Soper, Elizabeth Velasco, Barb McLaughlin, all came together and was really led by the speaker's efforts to ensure that the Western Slope would have a seat at the table and that we would have a venue wherein we could have a conversation with the state about collaborative paths forward, and ensuring that any agreement that is reached is consistent with many of the foundational agreements that the West Slope has fought hard to secure over the last 10 or more years, including the IBCC's conceptual framework as it relates to Trans Mountain diversions, the CWCB's 2018 policy statement on demand management, the water plan. It was very reassuring to see a group of West Slope legislators sticking together and helping to ensure that we will have a seat at the table and a meaningful voice within the conversation. I know there have been some, this task force has been the target of some criticism in corners of the water community. I will just say that at Water Congress in the Winter Water Congress meeting, Representative Catlin told the crowd very clearly, let's do no harm. And there were a couple of legislative proposals that were circulated this session. None of them received enough traction to move forward or presented an acceptable solution, but they would have done harm to the Western Slope. And so for us to be able to take a break, take this interim to have a conversation about what, if any, programs we need to develop, and how the Western Slope can play a role in the development of those programs was, I think, the best potential outcome. And all of you in the room, I hope you will thank Speaker McCluskey and your representatives throughout the Western Slope that worked with us on that. So that being said, I'll shut up now. Thank you all for having me.
Zane, thank you, and I appreciate you mentioning all of the other bipartisan support that we had from the West Slope legislators. And so thank you. Okay, let's take Clean Water Act reauthorization, WA.95.1. We discussed this briefly at the winter meeting, and Chris took the lead with some assistance from those who were interested in making some proposed revisions.
And Chris is up there too, if he wants to say.
Chris, great, take it away, Chris.
I'm on, but I think it is, if I can hand it right back to you, Marty, I appreciate you giving me the opportunity. You've summarized it, the history, brief history, very well. I think it's a lot easier to run this from in the room than by having somebody like me on Zoom. I apologize for not being present. But I'm here to answer any questions.
So I'd assume for discussion purposes, you'd like a motion?
Thank you.
I'd like to move that we approve the WA-95-1 and recommend to the full board for the fall.
Thank you.
And remember, only one mic on at a time, everyone.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded, so we are open for discussion.
This isn't a question, but a comment. So I like the change of the wording. I think it all makes sense. There is one Scrivener's error on the last, whereas the last and should be removed. A period. Other than that, I'd like the proposed changes.
Okay, we can make that change. Any other comments? Yes, right.
Yeah, could you or Chris please explain to me what whipshot means? On the 1, 2, 3, the fourth whereas, what is that? New terminology or? Whipsaw, what is that?
This is Chris. Whipsaw, I thought was a common term, one I've used for a long time. Just means the swinging back and forth of the pendulum, the political pendulum, rapidly. So whipsawing is from one end of the one extreme to another. maybe another word would be better there if it's not well understood.
These are being recommended, remember, to the board. It doesn't mean that the board has to accept them without mention. So if somebody has a better word, you can present it to the board. Any other discussion? I'm going to ask for a vote. All those in favor of the WA 95-1 Clean Water Act reauthorization policy as presented, with the revision from Commissioner Childs. Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, that takes care of that. Let's move to WA 02-2 Aspinall Unit Operations. You may recall that when we discussed this at the last meeting, we were trying to, and Commissioner Smith from Gunnison had some fairly strong feelings about needing to amend this in a way that reflects the need to better coordinate, cooperate, collaborate between the Bureau of Reclamation and local governments in the management and operation of especially La Mesa Reservoir. So we have made some suggested revisions, and if there would be a motion. Moved and seconded to adopt this resolution and pass it to the board, or recommend this resolution to the board. So discussion. And my understanding is that Commissioner Smith is not here today, but
She is online.
Earlier, and she's online. Commissioner Smith, did you want to speak to this at all?
Thank you so much, Madam Chair. No, I think that this reflects many of the comments that I had made, and I had a couple of sidebar conversations with Chris about them as well. And I'm supportive. Thank you.
Thank you. I think we're all anxious to make sure that there's better operation. Yes, great.
Now, just for clarification, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, whereas Colorado River Compact, is that of 1921? Is that what we're talking about?
1922, 1921. It's the only Colorado River Compact on.
Yeah, me too. So I was just wondering clarification if we should insert that. Just
Sure.
suggestion.
We can do that. Chris, do you see any problem with that?
No problem.
Okay, so we would add.
Except where, yeah, it's the Colorado River Compact, 1922. The Upper Colorado Basin Compact is 1948. If you want to put both dates in there, make sure that they're now in the right, at the right locations.
Thank you. I saw the compact.
Perfect.
There.
Any other comments, suggestions, concerns? All right, and all those in favor of proposing this to the board or recommending this for board approval, say aye. Any opposed? Any opposed? It carries. Motion carries. That concludes the water section. We're only a couple minutes left. Thank you.
We will now jump into our lunch break. Lunch is provided by the Colorado Space Business Roundtable, which it looks like they just arrived. So let's give them a round. Lunch will be over here, and then drinks are over there, still in that concession stand type area. So please help yourself, and we'll get started with our business affairs committee meeting after lunch.
Good afternoon, everyone. Let's go ahead and get started on the Business Affairs Committee meeting. Go ahead and call the meeting to order. Thank you, everyone, for attending this afternoon. Everybody step on over. If you've got a seat over here, please do so. All right, thank you, everyone, for attending today. I'm Phil Vaughn. I'm the chairman of the Club 20 Business Affairs Committee, and I'm out of Rifle. I'm glad to have everybody here today. Thank you all for coming out and taking time. We're going to go ahead and go around first and do introductions. And Brittany, why don't we start with you and we'll work our way around.
Brittany Dixon, Executive Director for Club 20, and while I'm here, I'll go ahead and introduce the folks on Zoom too. We have Melanie Worley, Liz Smith from Gunnison County, Jennifer O'Hearn, Rio Blanco Commissioner, Keely Ellis from OED, Eddie Smircina, and Chad Borthman. And I'm sorry that I butchered some of those.
So I'm Bonnie Peterson from Mason County. I'm also a member of the Board of Directors for the Colorado Based Business Roundtable.
Thank you, Bonnie.
Delegate for County.
Tom Harden, Eagle County, former chair.
Dozier from Montrose County, former chair and other things.
Nancy Fishery, Montrose County rep, also co-chair of Land Natural Resource Committee, and we have a lot of business interest in that arena.
Member for Durango. Julie McCluskey, State Representative, House District 13, and Speaker of the House.
Rebecca, membership chair for Club 20 and co-and chair for Jill organization.
Brad McLeod, big fan of Chelsea Mira, XL, and Club 20 chair.
Chelsea Weir, West Lakota, Public Lands and Natural Resources Co-Chair, and name only. Yes.
Michael Murphy, Hinsdale County Telecommunications Chair, Chair-elect.
Merritt Linkey, Grand County Commissioner, immediate past chair. Ken Beckedall, Moffett County, basically retired.
Oh, it's Mason County.
Brandon Bader, Colorado Farm Bureau, and co-chair of the Ag.
Steve Child, Licking County Commissioner.
For Carlisle, Tracy.
McKenna Farley, Western Colorado Field Representative for Congresswoman Lauren Boebert. Margie Joy, Colorado Housing and Finance Authority, your Western Slope Representative.
Good afternoon, I'm Stacy DeFore with Lockheed Martin Space. I also have been appointed as a member of trustees for Fort Lewis College. Nice to see you, Kathy.
Hi, Joe Rice with Lockheed Martin, and I will be speaking about the Colorado State Business Roundtable along with Bonnie.
Emma McMullen, I'm with the Speaker's Office, I'm from Southern County.
John Wishing from Montrose County.
Good afternoon, Jeff Bird, attorney in President.
Randy Miller from Walden, Global Business on County Survey.
Toby Corporal, Jackson County.
Matt Canterbury, Jackson County.
Derek Elder with Grand Valley Power.
Matt Schuler with Jackson County Star, and the co-chair of the AG.
Good afternoon, I'm Ron Dixon. I'm the co-leader for Conservative Caucus for Citizen Climate Lobby here in Colorado.
Hi, Jeff Comstock from
Adam Frisch, Lincoln County.
Andrea Felix, Pinnacle Public Affairs. Hannibal Diaz, Administrative Assistant for Club 20.
All right, did we miss anybody? All right, thanks everybody for attending today. I greatly appreciate it. First, want to thank everybody up here in North Park for hosting us here. Let's have a round of applause for everybody. Matt, sure appreciate all the hard work that you put into this as well. Thank you so much for Annabelle. Appreciate all of your work as well on this, Annabelle, and of course, Brittany. Let's have a thank you for our staff as well. And our current Club 20 leadership. Appreciate all of our chair-elect, and past chair folks. Thank you all for your organization and staff. Please have a round of applause. So folks, as we come back again together for a business affairs committee, again, just appreciate continued loyalty and work from everybody who's here today and those who are on the phone today as well. We always appreciate greatly our Carlos Space Business Roundtable, our friendship with Joe and Stacy and Christy, etc. Greatly appreciate everybody's hard work on that. It's a long-term relationship. Frankly, the person that put all that together and made that happen is Bonnie. And Bonnie, you can't be prouder of what you're doing now with CSBR. And Joe told me it's a massive paycheck, so everything's really good. Benefits and all kinds of things. So yes, I joke, folks, again, Bonnie's always Bonnie gives freely of her time and her volunteerism. Let's have a round of applause for Bonnie with that. So folks, as we always do, when we start out a business affairs committee meeting, we always start with a presentation on membership. Why membership? As we all know, all of us know that the lifeblood of Club 20 comes down to membership. So that's why I always have our dear friend Ray Beck from Moffett County and Craig to have a discussion about membership and what we can do. Folks, because we are the business people that are involved in Club 20 Business Affairs Committee, ask that each one of you coordinate with Ray. Let's work through details on whom we can invite and how we set forth a coordinated effort on inviting business people into Club 20. This is important. It's an important part of our work, and again, membership being the lifeblood. Ray, we're ready for your presentation. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I want to give a shout out to Phil. I don't care what meeting or where we have business affairs meeting, Phil always reaches out and asks to give a membership report, and I try to make it brief, but at the same time make it to the point. So if you're here today and you're not a member, or if you're here today and you are a member, this applies. And so I just like to read some of the benefits you would get as a Club 20 member, or if you're considering joining one, you get to receive up-to-date information on key issues affecting Western Colorado, weekly email updates, newsletter. You get to participate in policy committees that guide local state elected leaders on the Western Slope through annual trip to Denver, biannual trip to Washington, D.C. Voting at county caucus meetings to decide who will represent you on Club 20 Board of Directors every 2 years. Being eligible to vote at all Club 20 policy committee meetings, such as the one we're having today. Having problems solved or questions answered as a courtesy of our Club 20 staff. And networking opportunities with a diverse group of individuals, elected officials, and business folks from all across Colorado. And today we don't always do this at every meeting, but for these meetings here in Walden, as we did down in Pagosa Springs, for those that attended, we have 4 categories of membership, being individual, business, local governments, and corporate. So today we're going to offer a 50% discount on an individual membership. Individual membership is $100 a year. And we're going to do this one time. So if there's anybody in this group that is thinking about becoming a potential Club 20 member, I'd ask that you'd see me, between the breaks or any time. So if we get one today, then that'll be a one and done, or we can carry this over tomorrow at noon. So again, 50% off for 1 year membership, $50 rather than $100. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Great, thank you. Appreciate it. Folks, one of the, so I don't come my back to everyone. Here side, just make it a little less complex. So the item we have next on the agenda is a resolution update and discussion regarding immigration reform. So as you all will recall, members of the committee that have been here as long as I have, as many of you have had, back in 2012, 2013, we coordinated with Senator Bennett and that at that particular time, the group of 8 on immigration reform. That legislation passed the U.S. Senate, did not pass the U.S. House. So over the past year and a half, I've been contacting Senator Bennett's office, had a discussion with them about where we are on immigration reform. I think we all know as business people and government leaders in this group that this situation has not gotten better since 2012. This has in fact gotten worse. So I think it's important for us. We have obviously have policies that we've set forth not only in Business Affairs Committee, but within Club 20 about how we take a look at immigration reform. So I contacted the Senator's office, had a meeting with them on May the 24th to basically move forward and understand where can we move forward with our current resolutions. I believe Brittany has one of the resolutions on the board there that's Club 20 Immigration Reform Principles. That's BA 12-1 and then BA 13-1 Immigration Reform Support Forward. So folks, proudly, we were the first group in the state of Colorado, the first group in the nation that stood behind immigration reform and adopting these principles. After that, 300 to 400 other groups around the state and around the nation joined in that effort with the group of 8. What I'm asking for today from the committee is fairly simple. I'd like to request volunteers and appoint members to a working group with the following 4 goals. Number 1, to determine the current status of immigration reform and details of what federal elected officials are currently proposing. Item number 2, what role should Club 20 and the Business Affairs Committee have in this process? Number 3, propose updated immigration principles if warranted. And number 4, evaluate federal immigration reform legislation to determine our recommendation to the Club 20 board regarding opposition, support, or requested amendments to any pending legislation. So other than that, not a big task. But what I would ask, and I'm not going to have a show of hands here, but be happy to speak with you after the meeting about folks who would like to join me in that effort. And then we'll be setting forth, this would basically be a task force within the Business Affairs Committee. Take a look at this. I know Michael Murphy has noted his interest in that. So I do have 1 volunteer. And so we'll move from there on that. And again, will be an effort that we'll put together and come back to the board. I don't anticipate that we'll be ready for the fall board meeting on this. It is the end of July now, but something we probably present in the spring. Happy to open this for any discussion, conversation. Gosh, Bill, this is a great idea, crappy idea, whatever, doesn't matter. Just whatever you'd like to say. Happy to hear it.
I would suggest Nancy, Fishing, LNR, and Ag. Because Ag gets the brunt of this when immigration reform breaks. They turn around and double down on enforcing H-2A workers, our housing requirements, our cost. They raise our costs because it's too expensive to bring legal workers in. Ag needs to be part of that discussion. So if Brandon doesn't talk, because the farm bill lobbying for us at this level, because even at the state level, we had that recent bill, Farm Worker Bill of Rights, which just added more costs. We're getting to the point in at least produce, that piece of it, it's a breaking point. We're getting to a tipping point on economics, and all these new people are coming in. Got that in here well. I mean, get the people who are already here into the legal workforce, but Ag should be here.
You're volunteering.
It's not like I have a lot of time, however, if you find no one else from having to do it, I will.
Okay. Thank you.
Where are we?
Yeah, great.
Thank you, Bill. I think this is an important topic. We had this discussion 2 or 3 years ago, but here we are. And so, yeah, I'd like to be part of that and help you out. Thank you.
Thank you, Dave. Appreciate that. Okay. Great. Folks, thank you. Appreciate you all,
Can you
accessing to that. We will come back to this spirit course in our spring meeting. Brittany.
microphone for the folks online, please?
Yes. So, thank you very much, folks. I appreciate everybody discussing that. We'll come back together and report back with this task force, from this task force to Business Affairs Committee in February, plus or minus at our next Business Affairs Committee. Okay. All right, next item on the agenda, and I promise you I will keep us on schedule today. We have Colorado Space Business Roundtable. Joe Rice, Chair of the Road Trip Committee, Lockheed Martin Space. And folks, as I mentioned earlier, we have a long-term relationship with Colorado Space Business Roundtable. Greatly appreciate that relationship. I think what we have seen in our time together, Bonnie, 9 years.
Yeah, 10.
10 years is good too. 10 years is good. Thank you. Appreciate that. In 10 years, we just take a look at the impact of having East Slope companies coming over to rural Colorado, and not just in the Club 20 region, really all throughout the state. Joe Rice, Stacy DeFore, and Christy and others have really stood forth on that and made that happen. In addition, we've also had the benefit of having a Colorado Space Business Roundtable internship program, of which we have sponsored a number of rural students from Western Colorado and throughout the Club 20 area, which I'm very proud of as well. Those folks are out contributing to society now, whether in their own businesses, self-employed, or in the aerospace business and the like. So folks, today, can we give a warm welcome, please, to Joe Rice and Stacy DeFore. Thank you.
Hello, everybody. It is absolute delight to be with you all again. So Joe Rice with Lockheed Martin, and Lockheed Martin is one of the many companies that's part of the Colorado Space Business Roundtable, CSBR. So CSBR is an organization of big companies, small companies, everywhere in between, many universities, nonprofits, educational institutions that all have things to do with aerospace. And we focus a lot on business development, so how we can do business with each other. And with Bonnie's leadership, when she was with Club 20, and Stacy DeFore's leadership when she was chair, she's still involved with CSBR, she's chair of CSBR several years ago. And we started these outreach trips because, as you know, right, population, most of the aerospace business is along the Front Range, and we felt very strongly, Stacy felt very strongly that the state of Colorado works. What can we do to outreach to businesses? And that's why we're here still today, talking about this. So we've had some successes and we've had some challenges, but we're here today to talk about still what we started 10 years ago with these two wonderful leaders with supplier outreach. How can we create more jobs in Western Colorado, on the Eastern Plains, San Luis Valley, outside the I-25 corridor? And how can we promote STEM education opportunities for students outside the I-25 corridor? So that's what we're here to do today. We'll talk about a whole bunch of things. We'll talk about our supplier outreach. We'll talk about the internship program. We'll talk about an organization called Citizens for Space Exploration. And we'll also hopefully have some discussion with you all. And by the way, we have, I don't want to take the headline here, but we have another outreach trip coming up next month that I think Bonnie will talk about. So hopefully we'll present, we have a couple of short presentations, and then we'll have plenty of time for questions and discussion with you all, if that sounds agreeable. So let me start by introducing who we have here. I'll ask for even Lisa and Chad online to introduce themselves. So find the unmute button. And so I already introduced myself, but let me go ahead and introduce Stacy DeFore. She is with Lockheed Martin.
Good afternoon, I'm Stacy DeFore. I'm with Lockheed Martin Space, and again, I can't say enough how great it is to see Bonnie as part of CSBR, and then also with that the legacy of coming out to the rural communities and making sure that we continue to strengthen our I'm also the chair of Citizens for Space Exploration, and I'll talk a little bit about that later. And turn it over to Bonnie to introduce herself.
I think I introduced myself. I've just been around Western Slope forever, as you all know. And yeah, we did get this partnership with CSBR started 10 years ago. It's hard to believe it's been that long. So I retired and Stacy tossed my name in the hopper. Thank you, I think. And these two advocates convinced those people in Denver to bring me on the board. I don't know. But anyway, here I am, and we are working on another road trip. We had earlier this year in Grand Junction doing a fundraiser for the STEM internships, which was pretty exciting. And I'll look forward to sharing that with you as we move on.
And then we'll also have Chad, why don't you introduce yourself, and then Lisa, introduce yourself.
All right, doing my best to get unmuted. Hey, everybody, I'm Chad Vorthman. I am the new government relations representative for Lockheed Martin Space. Prior to that, familiar with many of you in the room, as I was the executive vice president for Colorado Farm Bureau for the last 10 years. And had spent the last 20 years with Colorado Farm Bureau. So my job is to bring the miracle and magic of space to our state and local government representatives and let them know what we're doing and all the great things that are happening in the space industry.
Thank you, Chad. And I know many of you know Chad from his prior life, and I've had several Farm Bureau people kind of, well, they were polite. They kind of threatened me for taking him. But I'll tell you that it was obviously for his own merits as well. And of course, that's a key piece. But it was very deliberate to hire somebody who really understood other parts of the state. And that was very deliberate to get somebody with good connections because we've done some things with other parts of the state over the years, but there's a lot more that we have to do and want to. All right, and Lisa, why don't we do this? Lisa, you can just take it away, introduce yourself, and then she's going to talk for a little bit about the Colorado Space Business Roundtable internship program. And very quickly, this program started on our very first road trip. And again, Bonnie helped set up. And when we started the road trip had two purposes. We wanted to talk about Colorado aerospace and how the whole state benefits from aerospace and the aerospace economy and all those sorts of things. We also wanted to connect with suppliers and subcontractors who wanted to see and consider getting into the aerospace supply chain or expanding in the aerospace supply chain if we were already in it. And then when we were in Durango, we added a third objective was added to us by a bunch of high school students who from Durango who came up to Stacy and said it in the meeting, and then came up to Stacy because she was chair, and she said, we're going to do this. And we added the third one on the spot, and that is STEM outreach. And the kids very politely, very professionally said, we don't have the opportunities kids that the Boulder, Denver metro area have to come visit an aerospace company, on an afternoon. We don't, can you do something for us? And so that's when we set up this program that Lisa now coordinates. Lisa works for Lockheed Martin, but again, does this through the Colorado Space Business Roundtable with a number of partners, Boeing, Raytheon, small companies as well. So with that, Lisa, please introduce yourself and go ahead and with your presentation on the internship program.
Hello, everyone. I hope you all can see my screen and see the presentation.
Yes.
Wonderful. Like Joe said, my name is Lisa Ludke, and I work for Lockheed Martin. I support the state or government relations team and do state and local issues for Colorado, but also am the coordinator for the ASA CSBR summer internship program. And so, yeah, I'll kind of just go through the presentation and talk to you a little bit how this year went. All right, so kind of as Joe talked about the kind of history of the program with the internship it really started in Colorado, reaching out to those students and wanting to get them more involved with STEM and having that exposure to the aerospace industry here in Colorado. And from there, really, then Alabama saw this program, wanted to do it in their state as well. So we've been developing and running a program in Alabama as well, and it's really gone very well. So necessarily won't go over too much of this just because I know Joe kind of talked a little bit more, but what we really like to try and do during this internship is have the students once again just get that exposure to the aerospace industry here in Colorado. So having them network and go to different facilities from between ULA, Lockheed Martin, Boeing to the 3D printing store. They went to Buckley this year, Ball Aerospace. And so just being able to just go to these different facilities and tour, have different hands-on activities, talk with leaders at the company, learn about high school internships, college internships, early career positions, just really kind of be able to start to grow their community and their network in the aerospace industry. And so this slide gives a little bit about the history. Like I said, Joe talked about in 2013 was when we held the first CSBR internship. So this year was our 10th anniversary. And so since the program started, we've had over 155 students in Alabama, then over 447 students in Colorado. And I do have to say, especially with the Colorado one, because I know we really want to talk about the CSBR internship, that is really growing. We had over 120 students apply. We can only take 50 just due to limitations at facilities for tours. So we're always getting more and more students interested in this program. We've actually started to get students interested outside of Colorado in like Iowa, Kansas, Wyoming. Students have contacted us and want to be a part of this program as well. So with the full internship program, we have 1 week that is the virtual program. And that's where we take those students that, you know, not only live in Colorado, Alabama, but also those other states. Like I said, there were students reaching out from Kansas, Wyoming, Iowa. There were students from Africa, one from Greece. So even international students have heard about this program and want to participate. So this program, the virtual week, is a really great opportunity for students to just once again still have that exposure to the aerospace industry in different states. And so here a little bit about the students this year. This is kind of a couple of pictures of the students this year, but we had over 100 students register for the virtual program. We had about around like 60 students attend every day, 35% from Alabama, 50% from Colorado, and 15% from other states. And then below are some of the organizations and companies that the students heard from during the virtual program week. Now I'll talk just a little bit about the Alabama program. This is the 3rd year that it's occurred in Alabama. We had the 2020, which was just kind of the virtual. 2021, I believe, was virtual again too, and then 2022, 2023 was in person. But once again, very similar to the CSBR program, we're able to go around and get exposure to the aerospace industry in Alabama, and those are just some little statistics on how this program is growing in Alabama. And so the Colorado in-person program, that actually ended last week. It was a wonderful program. We had a lot of students very interested. Once again, in the program this year, could only have 50 students just based on budget, but then also too just tour limits at tour facilities. But you can see kind of in the right, the right bottom of the screen is where some of the students are from that have participated in the program for over the years. But this year, yeah, we had 50 students participate in the program. 66% of the students were from the Denver area, and 34% of the students were from outside the Denver metro area. So like Fort Collins, Colorado Springs, but then also to the western and eastern slopes of Colorado. And so once again, because it was just occurred, last week, we got a lot of great feedback from the program. A lot of the students are going to recommend this to their friends participating next year. A lot of the students want to participate again. So that's where I kind of try and get them to help volunteer for next year. But just had a really great time this past week, bringing the students to all these different facilities. Once again, ULA, Boeing, Astroscale, Advanced Space, Lockheed Martin, Ball Aerospace, Red Canyon. They also went to Buckley. they had a presentation on the Colorado National Guard. Heard from MSU Denver, CU Boulder, CSU at their new Spur campus. So really just once again had a great exposure to what's all here in Colorado for the aerospace industry, how they can kind of plug in different schools that they can go to, along with just helping to grow their network and their community in the aerospace industry. And so here's a little bit kind of 4 examples of how the program has grown and kind of the outcomes of it. We usually will do kind of a follow-up with the students kind of years after to see where they are. And we have found that a lot of the students, more than half, will stay in the aerospace field and want to keep going in that aerospace industry, which is really exciting for us because that's one of the major goals of the program, is to help just grow that workforce in the industry. And so here are 4 past participants of the CSBR program, internship program, and just now that they are working within the aerospace industry. And then just as this program, an internship program, gets bigger and better, we are finding that more states are interested in seeing what they can do to have something similar in their states. So this slide is just a little bit about how to expand the ASA CSBR internship program, just kind of different things that organizations in other states need to think about when wanting to start this in their state. And then when it comes to getting students involved, we would love to have all of you to please, I know my email is down there below, to please let us know how we can reach out to students in your area and in your community, or just individual students as well that that would really like this program. We really just recommend that students be 16 plus just for driving, US citizen or permanent resident. If they are not, that's something that we can work around, but just based on where a lot of the different places they go, it's recommended to be US citizen. And then just having an interest in STEM or STEAM and exploring the aerospace careers in that industry. We have people and students that like the aerospace industry, but they're not necessarily engineers, they're finance or business, and we'd love to have them as well, because we want to let them know, so many people think of the aerospace industry, you have to be an engineer or have to be in software or something with those, heavy STEM fields. And really anyone can be in the aerospace industry, because aerospace companies, have everyone. We have finance, we have legal, government relations, we have business, we have human resources, we have talent acquisition. So really just like to get anyone that's just interested in the aerospace industry through this program, so they can help just see what the opportunities and possibilities are out there. So if you do have any students that you'd like to share this with, or would like to contact me on how to reach out more in your community or schools, please let me know. We'd just love to get more students involved and just keep this program growing every year. Does anyone have any questions about the internship program?
Go ahead, Phil.
For the next year?
I'm sorry, the question is what are we starting out for next year?
Yeah.
So as soon as we get the website updated, we're going to, so the next few weeks we'll start taking signups. But if you know people who want to sign up now, we always send it out in the 20 days. Always, send it out to emails. Please give us names now, we're on our list. And then when we start signups in the next month or two, we'll send out an email with the, I don't know if we'll have the dates picked for next summer yet. No, it's going to be June or July. So we'll send it out.
Lisa, this is Phil Vaughn. Thank you for presenting today. Appreciate it. Hopefully we'll see you at fall meeting, and hope everything's going good for you. Thank you for presentation, and thank you as well for your heading up this internship program. And I just want to encourage everyone, if you have young people who are not quite that 16 age, please get them interested and involved in this. And when they do become 16, This has an importance, and my nephew, although he's gone into construction management, I'll have to tell you, it was important to him. And I think brought him a different view of the world. And, you know, who knows, he's in college now and may end up going a different direction, whether that's aerospace and the like. But I think there's some importance for our students on doing this, and just can't thank you all enough, Lisa, especially you and your hard work on this. Obviously, Joe and Bonnie and Stacy and everybody that works on the program. One item I didn't hear about, Lisa, and I was just curious about it. How are things going with the teacher program?
Yeah, so the teacher program, we weren't able to run the teacher program this year, but we did run it in conjunction with the CSBR internship in 2020. I received a lot of great feedback for it, and it's something that I do plan to start up again next year in 2024, and it will be its own separate kind of program. Also invite the teachers to participate and come on the tours if they'd like to. For the CSBR internship, but I really want to, based on the feedback, really want to turn it into its own program. So that way we're giving those teachers really the resources and the conversations that they're really looking for. Just because the internship is really focused on the students and the company's high school, college internships and early career. So really making sure those teachers are getting separate information. So yes, I'll be starting up again next year.
Yeah, it's a great point, Faye. So let us know about teachers. Now, one of our challenges, right, is our band. This is already a 3-week program, virtual programs in Colorado. And so, you know, we're kind of hitting our bandwidth, but we will absolutely do the student program for sure, and can have teachers in that. If we're not able to kind of add another program, a separate program, because we did have some teachers last week. They found it very valuable as well. And I will tell you, any student recommended by Club 20, who says they were recommended by Club 20, will get it, right? You are the priority. You are why we set up this program. Since you showed the stats, when we don't fill them, we can only take so many, and we're having more students now request that we can take, but we have not yet had enough students from the rural areas or from outside the metro area that we've been able to accommodate students from the metro area, because we have not filled it with students from outside the metro area. If you can fill it, then that is, you are the point of the program. So any student, high school or college, and I say the high school students, and I'm generalizing, the high school students tend to find it most valuable for like learning about the industry. We've had students who had no idea about aerospace and had no thought about getting into it and decided they wanted to get into it. We have one mother who says that he saved her son's life. That he didn't really know what he wanted to do. He was not, by the way, here's an important fact. Yes, we have rocket scientists, but we need from GEDs to PhDs, right? There are a lot of technicians that we need that are highly skilled, we need welding or other skills and certifications. So if you have a high school student who doesn't want to go to college, wants to be involved in something cool, like maybe building a spacecraft, we probably have a place for them. So from GEDs to PhDs, and anywhere in between. I want to say that this is why the student program goes kind of hand in hand with the supplier program. We're not just trying to educate your students so they can come to temporary work, although practically that is right now where most jobs are. That's why we've been working on also trying to spread out the aerospace industry. And by the way, it's very selfish for us, right? There's you know, costs in the metro area can be high. Places that are cheaper to live, and some people don't want to live in the metro area, even if they could. If you want a quality of life, you know, like you have on the Western Slope. So that is why we've had some success of 2 businesses that were a handful of people when we met them, and they worked really hard to get into the aerospace industry. And now one of them is in the 20-some range, or I think, you know, SG Aerospace and Gas in Grand Junction, and then Agile Space in Durango, and watch them. They are, no pun intended, they are taking off. They make thrusters, and they are taking off. They're sending some thrusters to the moon, and Lockheed Martin's made a multi-million-dollar investment in them. And so they could really change the game as far as propulsion technology. So we hope to have more companies like that, so there's more opportunities here. And I also can mention remote work, right? Obviously, many jobs can't do remote work if you're building a spacecraft or classified programs. But we have, you know, we've gone, I'd have to check the percentages, but we're probably in 5-6% remote work now. And Again, let's do what Lisa said, they're not all STEM. Yes, we want STEM, we want encouragement to go to STEM, but we need everything else, right? HR, finance, procurement, and we have a lot of those folks who can work remotely. So that's a place. And Bonnie, we talked about trying to get, promote remote work opportunities in Cray and, other places so that people can stay where they are and bring, have that aerospace salary. So send us your students, send us your kids. We would really love to have 20, 30 kids from the Western Slope in this program next year. And the important thing we didn't mention here yet, we will understand there's a cost. So the virtual week is one reason why we keep doing the virtual week, because people can't, if they can't travel. But for the week that's in person, where they can go and see some of these hands-on activities, we have not told the kid no yet, because they couldn't afford to come to the rugby. Many have friends and family, but some need a hotel. And so we've scholarship kids. Bill has been very helpful in raising scholarships for kids to be able to come over, as have many of the rest of you. So cost is not a barrier. So if you have a kid who needs to come over, obviously either a parent needs to come with them or they need to come with them or whatever the case might be, but cost should not be the barrier. Any other questions about the internship program for me, for Lisa, for Stacy? All right, with that, let's, if okay, we'll transition to Stacy before to talk about Citizens for Space. And since you founded the internship program, we can go over to add from your perspective.
For hanging in there. So a couple things. I want to say thank you for hosting enrollment. I've had breakfast, lunch, and dinner yesterday, and so we're generating the revenues here, and I love all the rest of it. So thank you everyone for hosting us. I just want to go back to it being the 10th anniversary of the internship. At the time when we established the internship, my daughter was 10. And I thought, wow, fast forward, I'm sorry, my daughter was 7. I can do that. So my daughter was 7, and I thought, fast forward 10 years, I can't wait till the day that it's a potential that my daughter take part in this fabulous internship. And so I'm really proud to say that on the 10th anniversary, my daughter Tabor was able to take part in the internship and invite 3 of her friends. So it was just such a quintessential point, because as Joe mentioned, when we started the road trip, we had a number of objectives. We wanted to do supplier outreach, which Bonnie will talk about for road trips. We wanted to do STEM, and we wanted to, one of the things that we also wanted to do was advocacy, and that takes us into our next piece. Colorado Citizens for Space Exploration was established in 2014, knowing that we wanted to really build out the advocacy part, because the U.S. space program is your space program. This is funded with your tax dollars, and this is your U.S. space program. So we wanted to do a really good job of making sure that you had a front row seat to your space program. So in 2014, we took a trip down to the Bay Area Houston Economic Development Partners, and we asked, what is it going to take for us to start a Citizens for Space Exploration chapter in Colorado? Citizens for Space Exploration was founded in Texas, and really it was founded because of a need to make sure that we were expressing how important it is to continue and to be a leader in the U.S. space industry. So first, I'm just going to go back one more piece, and I'm going to explain that when we set this up, we set it up to have one chair. And like all things, that the role expanded, and in 2015, we expanded to co-chair. So I am now co-chair with my trusty partner, Christy Lee. You've heard her name mentioned many times, who works at United Launch Alliance. So between the two of us, we chair the Colorado Citizens for Space. There's a QR code on this slide, so please know that that will take you right to the website. First, I'll cover who we are, what we do, and why it's important, and then number 1, how to get involved. So first of all, Citizens for Space Exploration is made up of a number of differences. So that would include teachers, bankers, doctors. We want everyone to be involved. Oftentimes, we tend to talk to ourselves in the space industry, And we have a front row seat, we can take you to lunches, we can tell you about our space program. And then we would deputize you to go out into the community and be an advocate for space. So during that time period in 1992, like we are right now, we faced a budgetary constraints. And so Congress looked at the budget and they had to make some tough choices. One of those choices was going to be the not funding the International Space Station. So in 1992, Congress was faced with a lot of budgetary issues. And a citizen group said, this is so important. We need to have people living and working in space. We need to pursue the International Space Station for a number of reasons. For international diplomacy, for leadership, for exploration, for scientific purposes. We can't let this not be done. So at that time, a small group banded together under a company called Keep It Soul, which was later changed to Citizens for Space Exploration. They did a grassroots effort to go to Washington, D.C. and to visit each congressional office and talk about why this was important. So now that we think about it, our students have never known a time that they didn't know that people live and work in space. The space station has been thriving for over 30 years, and that is commonplace for our next generation. That's what they know to be, that's how things work. People always live and work in space. So that critical moment when we made a decision to make sure that we funded the International Space Station, that's the type of thing that we're looking at as we continue to pursue and push out further into the universe. So as we look to return to the moon, look toward lunar habitation, these are all things that are coming up that are budgetary constraints that we need to explain to our congressional staffers why this is important. How does this translate? How many staffers know that mammogram technology came out of the Hubble telescope? We use that every day. That touches people's lives. That saves lives here. That's the type of technology transfers that we get from space exploration. We are more fuel efficient with our aircraft. The list goes on and on. But this is our opportunity to take groups of students to DC and to talk about this. So one of the things that we do, we foster space advocacy. We take the annual DC trip. We do Aerospace Day at the Capitol, and we do that every year in March. Lisa Ludke and Christy Lee are the champions that organize that every year. And we have grown that particular event to over 500 people. And this year, we hope to break all those numbers. We have over 50 exhibitors. Those exhibitors are academia. So we have Fort Lewis College, CU Boulder. We have all of our institutions, the Ambient. We have our small and large and medium-sized space industry companies. And so we all advocate under the dome of the Capitol on March timeframe. So that's another thing. Citizens for Space Exploration Space Exchanges, we visit companies. We visit companies like Agile Space Propulsion. Joe mentioned Agile. Agile started in 2012. The first visit that we had to Agile was in 2013 in Durango, and they were called AMPT. Advanced Mobile Propulsion Testing. When we visited them, they had an incredible capability. And at that time, we couldn't wait to tell the world what they were doing. And they were focused on servicing their customer, and that was Sandia Labs. Now, fast forward, they are doing 800-pound thrusters for our lunar development program. I get tingles just thinking about that. I watched them build a 5-pound thruster, and now they're doing an 800-pound thruster. That happened outside of the Front Range on the La Platas, right here in Colorado. They're taking our space program back to the moon. So that's just fabulous. That's the type of relationships that we have built in these road trips. And to this day, Joe and I will have someone come down the hallway and partner with this amazing company called Agile Space. And we're like, we've been screaming about this for close to 7 years now. So this is another really, really great thing that's happening because of these launch viewing opportunities, mission briefings, aerospace road trips. All of these things are the things that we do under the umbrella of. So this is my big pitch. It shouldn't be too hard. You can join, you can be as active as you'd like, you can stay on our mailing list, but we really want you to know that you have a place in aerospace community and space community to view front row seat to your US space program. So how do you get involved? The QR code will take you to the website. You can become an advocate in your community. If you wanted to give a presentation on something, we have lots of presentations. If you want to start small, build your own presentation, talk to your community about how space impacts them in their community. We're a resource for you. We can help you with your presentation. We can give you a presentation to give to your community. But really, this is how we want you to feel engaged and part of something larger, the citizens who space. So just one of the things that we do, we take an annual DC trip. We had 76 travelers this year, 37 students from 21 states. I'm happy to report that we had one of our students from Fort Lewis College, Louise Holland, and she went on all of the trips with us to each one of the congressional offices. This year we took 3 Colorado students. We're trying to expand that out next year. Again, one of the things that is a constraint is budget, but those 3 students, all of their travel is paid for, all of their accommodations, their travel, and then they do a number of things in the DC area while they're there with museums, and most importantly, they get to understand how our system works. You know, why is it important that you are civic minded and you're advocating, and why does it matter? You know, when you enter an office that you talk to your senator. And so it's really their opportunity to really understand that civic responsibility and pair it with something they're really passionate about. And I'll end with that. If anyone has any questions, or if you would like to give me a card or just give me your email, happy to put you on our distro list so that we can have future communications, get you to a launch. We have a very, very exciting crew timeline coming up. I hope that all of you have seen the announcement of Artemis Crew 2 and that they are making their rotation. That's the next crew that will be riding on the Orion spacecraft and around the moon. So this is really, really a pivotal point in our human space flight program. So please sign up, and we want to get you a front list. Thanks, everyone.
Yeah, how are you? Thanks for being here. So, you know, Joe and I served on the Colorado Aeronautics Division of Aeronautics, and over the years, and we understand the economic impacts that aviation has to our communities and throughout the state. What are the economic impacts of aerospace in Colorado? You know?
So we can actually give you the slide presentation for that. We have all of the markers. What are we looking at for revenue curve?
6 billion?
6 billion. Yeah, 6 billion in economic.
Check the number.
But yeah, let me fact check that. And that is something that we can actually give you the state stats on economic impact. And a really good resource for that, the Metro EDC, the Colorado Space Coalition, has an industry report, and it's downloadable from their website. And so if you go to coloradospacecoalition.org, that will take you to a downloadable PDF with the full industry. And I hate to make your own work for your question, Ray, but that has number one, it has the most up-to-date metrics on the impact to the state, and then it also has a really, really great overview of each one of those breakdowns.
I think it's important that people understand that because it's all about economic development, jobs in the economy. So thank you.
Daisy? Well, yeah, we're the Colorado and the number 1 aerospace state in the country. We have more jobs per capita in aerospace than any other state in the nation. California is number 1 in raw numbers, right? 4 times our population. So percentage of the economy, we are the number 1 aerospace state. So we'll check the number and announce it or something. And I want to highlight what Stacy said about students. There's another opportunity for Western Slope student, the BC trip, for Citizens for Space Exploration. So if you know, a student or two that'd be highly interested in that kind of thing. It's in what, March usually, March?
May, end of May.
May, end of May, sorry, yeah, the other trip. So this student trip is in May. And so let her know if you have a student or two. And by the way, one of the students that went up on Lisa's slides was a CMU student from Colorado Mesa. And then she mentioned the Fort Lewis College student. No coincidence, well, maybe it is a coincidence that she is a trustee for Fort Lewis College as well. So if you have any issues with questions about Fort Lewis College, you can ask Stacy. And by the way, I'm also honored to be with her and Edgar Johansson. He got some US Bridge Builder Award many years ago. I think he was, no, he was in the road trip back to Bonnie. And Nancy, I don't know, did you want to, you should give her a watch, right? Yeah, you want to tell everybody what it's like?
You know, we hear from Joe all the time. We've had a presentation on the Firehawk because it's now a wildfire. And we just bought another one in the state of Colorado. I told Joe we'd get them on our agenda again because by the next meeting, they'll actually be one in operation versus just being built. But my husband and I, John, the first thing that surprised us, we saw Bonnie and her husband. So the four of us became this little groupie, I hate to say. But what an awesome, the mission briefings were part of my favorite. Everybody that drove a bus were rocket scientists, I think. It was just such a rich experience, and every one of you guys are invited. So if you can ever they're always telling us when a launch is, and we went on the Lucy launch, and it's like this, I have to use my notes. I couldn't memorize the stuff we learned, but it is so enriching. I just can't even tell you. So I would urge anyone to go to any launch because the scientific information you get from the people that design pieces of the solar arrays or whatever, it's incredible. And you're a science teacher, so I expect Steve Child to sign up early. But it was really, really awesome. Thank you again. I'm so glad that he became part of Club 20. Otherwise, I wouldn't have ever known to get involved. And we had a teacher from Montrose who went on that same launch. So we actually have teachers getting involved as described. Excellent presentation. Thanks. My grandchildren are 5 and under. I'm hoping you're still around when they get to high school.
Me too. So yeah, you all are absolutely welcome to your rocket launch. So we hope to maybe have one this fall. And back to the Firehawk, sponsor of the Firehawk bill is sitting at the table here. And really, you know, the issue is, you know, states didn't used to have firefighting apparatus. Right? You used to be able to rely on the federal government or on the private market, right? Firefighting companies. So there's so many fires in so many places now, there aren't enough assets to go around. So the state of Colorado is the leader, and we're going to get some of our own assets, and we're not ever caught short in the fires. So commend the speaker for that. And now we're working with the Fire COE, the Colorado Fire Center of Excellence, on even taking it to the next level with space assets, right? There's all sorts of data that's already out there, weather satellites. We can tell you soil conditions, you know, moisture conditions, vegetation type, topography, and also lightning types. And some kind of lightning is more likely to cause fires than others. And so we can put all that together and help predict where fires might start. And even after a fire starts, machine learning, where might that fire be in 3 days, right? That helps the first responders position their assets. So lots of great stuff happening on fires. But speaking of lots of great things happening, Ron, would you like to come up and talk about the road trip?
Okay, share stuff. There's lots of things going on over there.
Take my picture.
Yep.
Well, I did not have a PowerPoint because I was just told that I would do this. But I'm pleased to be able to talk about the road trip that we are planning. As you all know, Colorado State Roundtable has done road trips for a number of years now, and We try to reach out to businesses in those locations. We've been working with Lockheed Martin for all these 10 years to see if there's any way that we can attract an expansion from aerospace company to rural Colorado, western Colorado. And we continue to work on those. So just to give you a recap, earlier this year in May, Mike Sneddon, who is the owner of ST Aerospace, it used to be Brand Industries in Mason County, but then he got involved in getting some contracts with aerospace companies, so changed his name. He's on the board as well, and he got very involved in creating a golf tournament in Mason County that was directed at raising some funds to help support these internships, these STEM students. And so we had the very first one in May, and we're looking at making that an annual event so that we can generate some additional STEM. So if you want to play golf, watch for kind of May, June timeframe. We ended up scheduling it on the same weekend as a lot of graduations, so a lot of folks didn't get to make it. But hopefully next year, it will be more, I guess, less conflicted, as it were. But we still had a great turnout from CSBR folks and businesses to come and visit the community. We got a tour of SG Aerospace. We got a tour of Westar's rebuilding facility, or painting facility, I guess I should say. We got a nice tour of CMU, and it's interesting because when we first started these, I said, can we go to the colleges? Can we go to education institutions? And we started taking visitors on tours of like Colorado Mesa University. And I'll tell you what they said when we're going through Colorado Mesa. And this is like 10 years ago when it wasn't as robust as it's now. They said, I had no idea. I had no idea. I had no idea. They have no idea what we have here. So I really have to offer kudos to Joe and Stacy for making the effort to continue to bring those businesses over here so that they can learn about what they don't know about. Because, they think, oh, that's why we're going to be. But, and we'll go over there to camp or a picnic or something. But we've got a lot more to offer than that. So we're very excited about the next road trip that's coming up, which will be next month, August 22nd and 23rd. And we are going to Prague and Haiti. What we're doing there, I just learned this, as you all know, through regulatory and market conditions and that sort of thing, our coal industry is in transition. So we recently learned from Michael Morris at Travel Line that they have some amazing facilities there at Travel Line. And it's really kind of a self-contained industrial park. So we're bringing the Colorado State Business Roundtable businesses over to take a look at that. Because literally I keep hearing in the Front Range, you keep hearing people in economic development say to me, well, people are kind of landlocked in the Front Range and they don't have any water. And when I was doing the road trip in Grand Junction, I met one of the guys who's responsible for business development at OEdit, and I was telling him about this facility. And he said to me, well, do they have water? And I said, yeah, they have water. Well, he said, we're trying to attract semiconductor companies and they can't find the site that has water. So I'm hopeful that we can attract some businesses like that as well and get them to look at this site and look at the power plant, because those buildings will be empty in the next 5 to 7 years. And if they are empty and they are not repurposed, even though they're on private land, they have to be eliminated. The roads have to be removed. The buildings have to be removed. And these are multi-million-dollar assets. They're huge assets. Not to mention the workforce we have. We hear out of every industry across the entire state, we can't find workforce. Well, when you stop and look at what the surveys have shown about the workforce involved in the coal industry, whether it's mining or whether it's power plant, whatever, there's everything from engineers to chemists. And I was surprised when I did the tour through the Energy Summit that ran and Ray's Joe group had put together, I was surprised to learn they literally have chemists on site. They actually have a lab on site in the power plant that really does work on their water. I was surprised to learn that there is an independent water plant on the site of the mine. That mine is self-contained, so we think there are a lot of good things to offer there. So one of the things that we've managed to do is we are getting a brochure put together about the benefits of these particular sites. We're working diligently to attract businesses. We're also looking at other businesses that might have interest. We've contacted a couple of businesses that might have an interest to do batteries for electric vehicles or other entities. We are contacting folks. This is one thing that we studied when I was at AGNC, rare earth element development out of coal and coal ash. So AGNC has asked me to help them work on a grant for a recently announced DOE effort to do an engineering, a preliminary engineering design for developing rare earths out of coal. So we want to get folks who might be interested in doing something like that. We've talked to a company that does semiconductors, and we're trying to get that company, so they won't make this office screen. But those are the kinds of things that we're looking at. And if there are businesses up here that might indeed need a way to expand their business. If I'm a supplier for a coal mine, or I'm a supplier for the power plant, I'm probably looking at a pretty bleak business model over the next few years. But maybe there's a way to expand, because Mike Snedden will tell you, and I think the folks at Agile will tell you, it's not a today. I signed up for Lockheed as their procurement officers today, and I did contract tomorrow. It took some time. We had a company in Montrose sign up for it that first year that they came, but they weren't patient. And the next year they were very upset because they hadn't gotten a contract. And it took 4 or 5 years for some of these other companies to get these contracts. You have to stick with it. So if you know of a business that would like to expand, please let me know so that we can get folks there and talk to these industries. Joe and the folks at Brains do a great job of talking about what the impact of the aerospace business is in Colorado. It's huge. There's this industry supports over 240,000 direct and indirect jobs across the state. It's huge. One of the things I liked about it when I was at COP 20, we were talking about it, is I dare you to show me a more growth industry. I mean, really and truly, when you think about it, we now have a Space Force, so we know a lot of things are going to grow out of that. We heard testimony yesterday in Congress about unidentified flying objects, or under the government's version, UAPs. Well, what do we do to compete with those things? And how do we continue to work in the International Space Station? And should we grow up? Because I've heard about manufacturing in space that really there are some significant benefits to doing some manufacturing in space. I can't imagine another industry that's more growth industry than aerospace. So that's really what's going on with our road trip. And I'm tickled to be working on it with Joe and Allie and Deborah and all of the Space Business Roundtable folks. And I hope that if any of you have an interest, you can get a hold of me and we can get you an invitation. If you want to look at the invitation, you can go on the AGNC website. They've been very helpful. They're sponsoring the brochure that we're doing, and they've helped put together the invitation. It's also on the it will also be on the Colorado Space Business Roundtable website, which is coloradosdr.org. We want to thank Tri-State, who has agreed to provide some sponsorship for this event. Colorado Space Business Roundtable is a sponsor of the event, as is Yampa Valley Regional Airport. They're going to provide us some space for some meetings and lunch at a reduced rate there. So we're excited about it, and I'd love to include anybody who thinks they might find this beneficial on this visit. So with that, Joe, I'm sorry. Questions? Anybody have questions?
Questions, anybody?
Oh.
So Bonnie, I have a question for you. So as we discussed on business affairs, every single time we get together about our brothers and sisters in both Moffett and Delta County with this transition away from coal. Can't tell you how much I appreciate your work on this and appreciate Aerospace Business Roundtable. It is important. And we'll talk a little bit about this later in our meeting as well, but it's important that all corners of our state are financially viable and economically viable. And can't thank you enough for this hard work. And I know Ray and others are intimately involved in this as well. So thank you.
Absolutely. I just can't stand it. I can't stand to see this part of the state be devastated.
So, with almost the rest of the time is your discussion. I will one point that Bonnie brought up, a good point about why it takes so long to get into the aerospace and flight. Here's the kind of the short answer. One of the reasons it took 5 years for Mike Sneddon to get a contract, by the way, he probably got a small contract around 3 to see if, you know, they can test their quality and all those kinds of things he did, and it's grown since then. But the short version is it takes so long to get into the aerospace flight team that nobody decides tomorrow they want satellite, right? Or they want a hypersonic vehicle, or they want a fleet listing missile. These things are, even order commercial satellite, even commercial companies, right? They may go a little faster. They project out their satellites 3, 4, 5, 10 years, right? So that's why. So the contracts we already have right now, we have these supply chains. Now, sometimes people don't deliver or there's problems, there might be an early opportunity. But that's why you kind of get into this, trying to get into the supply chain 3, 4, 5 years down the road.
And one thing to add to that is if you're going to get in that supply chain, you're probably gonna have to get some certifications that you don't currently have. And that's gonna take a little while to get that done. So we've talked with some of our colleges to say, how can you help these businesses reach those certifications? So it does take a long time for a number of reasons.
Yeah, and that's so if you have any businesses that are in your area, like metal sheet shops or ceramics, anything like that, if they're interested in talking to us, we'll talk to them, kind of outline the process and see if they're interested. Frankly, we've had some businesses that say, I was interested, but you know, I'm spinning as fast as I can on the work I have now. I can't devote, you know, time and energy to getting this certification. It's good for them to know that early, right? That start. So, but we've also had some companies that have stuck with it, and it has certainly paid off. And this is where OEdit has some programs, right, that can help with some of these certifications, or even in some cases, capital equipment or other things. So there's help out there. And you know, if you have any machine shops, I mean, right, Walmart, right? So the machine shop here, would like to be interested in talking about those kinds of things. Bring them to the reception tonight, you know, that kind of thing. So, Mr. Chair, thank you. As always, appreciate Lisa, Stacy, Chad, Bonnie, for being on here, and we're all yours for the rest of the time you'd like to be here.
Start with the commissioner and then it's on.
Oh, right, sorry. 5.4 billion is the answer. So we were close. That's good. I'm happy. Yeah, sorry.
So the advertising, that said the first mile is free, that's stuck in my head forever. I think I have it in the spaceport over in the Denver area. Is that still operating? Is it a going concern? What's the status of that?
Yeah, great question. You know, the first mile is free, is Colorado State. Mile closer. The physics tell me that it's quite how it works. But it's great, market. So the Colorado Air and Spaceport, here DIA is Front Range Airport, which is now Colorado Air and Spaceport. So there's a process through the FAA that designated to be a spaceport, which they went through. And there's different kinds of launches, and I believe they've been certified for taking off like an airplane, and then you know taking a rocket engineer gear or something like that. So that technology is still developing. Here's my Joe Rice's opinion, right? It's good that they got the designation now, because by the time the technology is proven and works, then everybody will want a spaceport, and they already have the designation, so maybe they can be the next, you know, intergalactic DIA or you know whatever. But right now they do have a number of companies out there that are doing research and development, reaction engines, doing like hypersonic engines and flux capacitors. I'm not exactly. Positive feedback. Okay. So yeah, Air and Spaceport is still a thing, and they're doing some R&D. And one day maybe it'll work where you can hop on a plane there,
and be in, Germany in, 45 minutes.
And I'm glad to hear that. Colorado probably has more than its share of UFO landing sites. I'd rather space groups.
Next up.
Thank you, Phil. I've been here long enough. I remember when you first came to play ball with us. And it's been an absolutely amazing run to watch. I want to thank you and Phil and the people that you brought with you over the years. And especially for the things, the opportunities you made for children and other businesses. And this old dinosaur, you've got his juices wondering, how can I get somebody involved in this deal? If you don't see this excitement, get your pulse checked.
Any questions, comments? So I guess from.
Point is, oh, I'm sorry, Harry.
Maybe you guys can answer this too, but in all this jet propulsion and all this launches and everything, what kind of feedback do you get from the green community as far as emissions for launches?
Yeah.
It's gotta be substantial, but I'm just wondering if you're leaning towards what they're leaning to, if they're showing you some leniency because of it.
I think the short answer, my opinion is, yeah, that obviously there's carbon footprint, right? But there's also technologies that we're developing that will be long-term. And like, one of the things, I think generally speaking, this is a broad, bipartisan, across the spectrum issue. Almost whatever you are, almost thing. You want to be pushing the bounds of technology and development for the benefits it brings here on Earth, including sustainable technologies, right? What do you need if you're going to be on Mars, on the moon or Mars, right? You want sustainable technologies, power, water, agriculture. So all of this, I think there's a good common cause between kind of traditional and any other kind of different perspectives for these kinds of things. One of the fun ones coming up right now is nuclear thermal propulsion, right? Right now, it's a 2-year trip to Mars, right? So it takes about 9 months to get there, depending on the alignment of planets. You have to be there until the planets come back around, right? Sometimes the sun's in the middle, sometimes Earth is here, sometimes Mars is here. So you plan your missions for when they're here, right? It's funny because initially some people were like, we don't want radiation in space. Thank you, you got it. Yeah, and so there's things like, okay, there's technologies here that make a lot of sense and can benefit all of us. And Stacy mentioned mammogram technology. That's a true story. That the mammogram technology existed, but it was optimized and improved because of software that was originally developed for the Hubble telescope. By the way, because of a mistake. So sometimes things you learn from mistakes, remember the Hubble telescope was sending back blurry images, it's a hardware fix, it's a software fix. And engineers looked at the software to clean up cluttered images. Wow, what could that be useful for? Detecting cancer cells and healthy cells. Did you have something?
I want to take a minute to address it. You said it eloquently. I think what we need to understand is that this is an international arena, and so oftentimes the regulations that are governing the U.S., those are one of the most stringent. And so we're seeing our partners and some of our not so many partners. We just had a very, very big article land in Australia. So now we're going to be faced with not only just emissions, but how do we approach the responsibility of countries to be more pragmatic in their deorbiting things? We, the U.S., has a lot of great regulation. What we're going to see is we need to lead in those areas of regulation and keeping people safe. Other countries need to follow. And that's why leadership is so important, so that we can safely keep things in orbit, we can safely deorbit things and have a plan, a sustainable plan at looking at space situational learning. So I believe that our leadership in the U.S. is the best. We have a learning curve, but I do think that they are looking at, as Joe said, many types of different portfolios of energy and propulsion so that we can, just like we do here on Earth, be very pragmatic about the way that we look at our energy portfolio and in our launch vehicle. So I think we do an incredible job. But like anything, it starts with conversations and it starts with education, and it's people letting us know what types of things we should be looking for, what skills we should be advancing. So I think we do a great job. And it is bipartisan leadership, so.
And the thing you made me think of, we didn't talk about that's national security of the future, right? We want the US to be the leader in technology. Space is the high ground, and we need to, China and Russia are making advances on the moon and their technologies, and I'd rather have us be there first. Did I just follow? Yeah, sure, I think to explain that, I think energy independence is a national security issue as well. And maybe the public relations people like you guys, in other words, I'm not focusing on you, I'm focusing on space and the carbon footprint. Do you see the same pressures to buy carbon credits over the next, what's your window before you get to a certain point where your footprint's not that big? Are you looking at 10 years? Are you looking at 20 years? That's a good point. I think it's why are we on a different timetable with fossil fuels? There's all this mad rush to make it 2030, which is what, 7 years from now? Is your industry put on that kind of timetable? And I mean, these are all questions that deserve an answer. When we say bipartisan, it's just bipartisan for people to turn their air conditioning heaters on and have power that's reliable, it's cheap, and lots of it. So I'm just saying, where's the public relations that you guys have that we could be using the fossil fuel industry to say, hey, back off?
Yeah, well, you're playing a good one too, right? And we all like to flip on the switch and have power, and we don't understand what all comes behind it. So there's a lot of complex public policy issues, and yeah, we need to be thinking about it. To answer your question, I'm not aware of carbon credit conversations, they may happen, but I haven't heard about them yet. I did hear, right, as launch becomes more common, I think that maybe like we have that, right? Elon Musk and SpaceX, they do many cool, wonderful things, and they have kind of a part of the market, right? There's other things, the reason why you still want national programs for all sorts of reasons. And the short version is like a lot of companies like SpaceX and others are not taking over, but moving into the market that NASA and other government programs around for many years, and now more of those more commercial. And there's, and NASA and other national defense programs, NASA going back and on Mars and other technologies. But as they start to launch more and more, I think you can start to see this kind of questions pop up more and more. Yes, Steve.
Maybe to follow up on Harry's point, aren't the rocket engines, aren't they powered by hydrogen? That's the fuel that they use now. There are different ways to get hydrogen. One would be from natural gas, I believe, but also from electrolyzing water to make hydrogen oxygen. So this could, I think we have a whole hydrogen economy coming to the world for cars and trucks and airplanes and all sorts of things. So coming up with sources of hydrogen in any place that has renewable electricity and water could create hydrogen there without having power line to carry electricity somewhere else. That's all. I see huge possibilities for a whole new industry that maybe that could be something in Western Colorado. Yeah, it's looking soon.
Mr. Chair, everyone, thank you.
Further comments, questions, anybody? Folks, I just want to thank you, Joe, Lisa, I assume you're still on the phone, and Stacy, and of course, Christy Lee, who was unable to join us today. I did get a text from her saying she just got back in the country with me. And so greatly appreciate, again, the continuing partnership with you all and the coordination both over identifying businesses here in rural Colorado that can do business in aerospace and the CSBR internship. greatly appreciate it. I hope you all know that this is an important partnership, and I feel like and believe the Business Affairs Committee agrees with that and continues to create this relationship, and I appreciate it. Thanks, Stacy. Thank you. So folks, I did add an item onto the agenda late last week, and I got a call from Brittany. And today we have Liz Chapman. She's the Executive Director for Recycle Colorado that had asked for some time today. And Liz, thank you for coming today, and let's have a warm welcome for Liz Chapman.
So much, Jared, and I appreciate you making all the life of time and hope too long. I don't have anything quite as exciting and growing as space to offer, hard to follow. However, we do have some economic opportunities that I wanted to be sure that this group knows. Let me give you a brief introduction to Recycle Colorado in case you don't know what Recycle Colorado is. We're a statewide nonprofit. We have memberships among the governments, here. We have memberships among businesses, we have other nonprofits and environmental organizations that all share the goal of getting less material into the landfill and taking that material and making it recirculate in our economy throughout Colorado. We refer to that as a circular economy, so that we take materials people don't want anymore, turn it into products that people do want, and jobs are had in the process. A lot more jobs are created with the circular economy by burying the things that we don't want anymore. Not that there isn't a need, there's always going to be a need to landfills and things and dispose of things, but there's a lot of opportunity there that we've been missing out on as a state, and Recycle Colorado should make that happen. One of the ways we work hard to make that happen is we work in the policy space and launched this group. And last year, one of the policies that Recycle Colorado championed was HB 22-1159, and it established the Circular Economy Development Center. That has finally launched this month. So I wanted to take a few minutes and make you aware of it, give you some resources, make sure you know who to reach out to if you think your community wants to be part of this. What the Circular Economy Development Center do is connect manufacturers with people that have excess materials. So we're trying to stand up businesses across the state. We're trying to close the gap between material that could be used for something but isn't. And we're trying to get the people that can use that material talking to each other. Transport out here in the Western Slope, that is obviously one of the biggest barriers. The Circular Economy Development Center is actually being run by a different nonprofit called Circular Colorado. Circular Colorado, Recycle Colorado work very closely together. We are having a meeting in September in Grand Junction. And so I wanted to get in front of this group in advance of that meeting so that you can maybe put us in touch or put it on businesses in your community's radar that are manufacturers or reclaimers. If you've got businesses that are already capturing some of the material discarded by one industry and they're having trouble making a profit moving it to the next stage to be manufactured, we want to hear from them. We want to close those gaps. What we're doing in the first year is we're trying to establish what are the materials out there that could be used. How do we get them to a place where they can be used? And how do we help entrepreneurs and new businesses start up across the state? We can't manufacture everything in the Front Range. That's just not going to work. The transportation doesn't make sense. And there's a huge opportunity out here in the Western Slope for this to be a secondary locus remanufacturing, and Circular Economy Development Center is trying to make that happen. So I have, of course, the little brochure, little one pager to sum that up, and I'm happy to answer any questions. Follow up on.
Questions for Liz, Commissioner?
Steve Child from Pitkin County. So we have one of the best recycling programs in the state of Northern. One of the problems we have solved, which I know people are aware of, that we've been working about, is how to recycle used drywall on deconstruction projects. Do you know if there's any progress in being able to do that? To us, it seems like if there were a way to do it, to get to the gypsum plant and gypsum, and have them do the recycling there, which they'd have to pull get the paper out of it, they'd have to get the drywall screws and nails out, then the product is ready to make drywall. It seems like it should be doable, but do you have any insights on it?
I do, so we're familiar with that operation because Pickens County has been a long-standing and active member of Recycle Colorado. And drywall is one of our target materials for the first year. Drywall, construction lumber, organic, not organic material, asphalt shingles. Those are materials that right now we are producing in mass quantities, but we don't have a good way to get them repurposed into something else, although the technology exists. So right now, the technology to take used drywall, like if we were to break down this building and we captured all the drywall into a dumpster, it would need to be processed quite a bit before it could be remanufactured into new drywall. It's technologically possible, it's just not economically feasible, right? There's not a return on that investment. And that's exactly the kind of problem we're trying to solve. So Circular Colorado is having meetings, and this is part of what we're going to talk about in September 13th, right after the Solid Waste Association of North America has their Colorado chapter conference. Will happen in Grand Junction, which is why we're having our meeting there at that time. That is one of the big topics, is what is it we need to do to jumpstart and get over that financial hurdle? Because it's not a technological, and it's not a supply. There's plenty of used drywall, and there is the capacity to get it converted back into usable drywall. But there's a financial piece that we have to overcome. The state has some funding to look at, and we're trying to work with other businesses to see how we can use some of the seed money from the state to get over that initial hurdle and then create a system. And that's a perfect example, Steve, of why we want to establish these smaller remanufacturing facilities throughout the state to get rid of that transport cost, because lots of construction is going on in the western slope. Why not take the stuff that's being knocked down and use it to build a new spaces? So you are absolutely right, that's high on the list. And we're hopeful that at the end of the first year, meaning this time next year, we will have a plan in place and some partners in place to start to address them. Does that answer the question?
Yeah.
Thank you.
So I wonder if your organization has any insights into recycling wind turbines and solar panels, because they have a useful life of about 25 to 30 years. And now particularly the windmills are finding themselves in landfill. What's happening there? Are we getting any closer to recycling those sites?
So the short answer is yes, we are getting closer. A longer answer is in the first year of the Circular Economy Development Center, that's not a target material. So I don't know that a year from now I'll have as good an answer for you on those materials as I do for drywall. That being said, Recycle Colorado and Circular Colorado are in talks with different companies that are trying to stand up recycling those materials. Exactly, because we are pushing for cleaner and cleaner energy sources here in the state, but they have an end of useful life, and we're starting to approach the end of that useful life. Again, because so many of those operations, those wind operations and solar operations, are located in the rural parts of the state, we would like to see solutions that are more rural focused to get rid of that transport issue. So that is something that's on our long-term vision. And I'm, as Recycle Colorado, separate from the work that's going on at Circular Economy Development Center, I am in talks with some of those startups and trying to see who can I connect you with, where could you get a pilot program going so that we can prove a concept So by the time the Circular Economy Development Center is ready to tackle that material, there's some infrastructure and there's some pilot projects to show how it would work.
Well, and I would hope that as they do that, they would capture the rare earth elements that are in those units and be able to sort them and stack them and be able to utilize those for other products later.
The last presentation I saw by the company that's trying to do that, they're saying that they can recycle about 95% of the material that's in the turbine and get it remanufactured into something else. They absolutely, and see the value in those minerals, and part of what makes it more economically viable, and it might not be the jumpstart that drywall needs, is its inherent value. If we can find a good way to grind up and use that plastic.
Harry.
Along those lines, how, who is the company? I mean, there should be no secret. If the company is out there that's offering this service, how would you expedite that service? And then secondly is why I would applaud anything that doesn't be subsidized. So when you talk about pilot projects, or when you talk about we're doing the research, doing the tests, particularly falling back on the green power and the footprint that makes and the potential having to recycle all that the next 20 years. Where's the argument there to say, wait a minute, maybe there should be a tax on all this stuff rather than subsidize? Because right now we're subsidizing an industry to move a social awareness about the carbon footprint. So I think that's a big part of the conversation you have right now. If you're going to be paying for something, have to subsidize the technology, recycle. I think we should have a conversation about taxing all this stuff now, but kicking it off to the next generation.
That is a really interesting point. The company isn't actually doing that recycling in Colorado yet. And to be honest, I don't have the name of the company on the tip of my tongue. I can find it and I can get it to you. It's not a secret. I just don't have it. Right? Slept last night. Something's leaked out. In terms of taxing that industry to pay for that, that is the first time I've heard somebody suggest that. And that's certainly an idea worth exploring more deeply.
Further questions for Liz? Liz, thank you so much for coming today. Certainly appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you. So before we close this afternoon, folks, I want to first thank our sponsors again today, Colorado Space Business Roundtable. Thank you all for sponsoring. Colorado Housing Finance Authority, thank you all for sponsoring. Also want to thank our Business Affairs Advisory Panel, and I have a full list of all of our members that are on the back of the sheet there. Each one of these folks are folks that I work with regularly in order to understand what we need to do and where we need to go next with the Business Affairs Committee. I do have an ask of everyone, not only from the Space Business Roundtable standpoint, we all went through that very well today. The other ask is just about our continued work from Business Affairs Committee on coordination with other governments and other groups within Colorado. We have a new mayor in Denver, as we all know. We have a relationship with the new mayor from the past when he's in the state senate. I would ask that you all, let's coordinate with Brittany on that and make sure that we get on this mayor's agenda and get in front of this mayor. You all, obviously, I've been appointed to be plain spoken in my work with this group and always have been. Our relationship with the last Denver mayor, we had about 3 good years, and then that fell off the cliff. So we have had little to no relationship with the city and county of Denver SAD. Folks, it's important that we gain that relationship with this new mayor and are able to work with the mayor and the city council. As I discussed, as I said earlier, the economy of the entirety of the state of Colorado has importance, not just rural Colorado and not just metro. Also want to appreciate the speaker for coming today and joining us in our conversations at our meeting today as well. But I think it's important for us to not only continue our work with Progressive 15 and Action 22, Metro Mayor's Caucus, but also again, our coordination with the mayor is of utmost importance. And would ask for your assistance on that. Personally, I haven't seen him in probably 7-8 years, so he would know who I am. But I think it's important from the standpoint that those of you in this room do, let's reforge that relationship and that connection with the city. I appreciate that. And from this point, I'm going to let you, Brittany, close us out with announcements about our upcoming event this evening and tomorrow.
Thank you, Phil. Let's just give one last round of applause for all of our committee sponsors today and our venue. So our reception tonight is something different than we normally do, so I hope you all brought your socks and your bowling balls with you. We're gonna be at the 10th grade bowling alley. The address is up on the screen, 688 Main Street, Walden, although things around here aren't too hard to find. Other than that, I do want to put on your radar our fall conference. I'll turn off the lights so you can see this, but our fall conference will take place on September 7th and 8th. Thank you, Chelsea. So make sure you get that on your calendar. Something different to take note of. Our state fry will be on Friday evening. This is a Thursday, Friday event, so the state fry will have to be on Friday evening. This go around just due to venues and lots of events now that COVID is no longer debilitating our meetings. So just keep that in mind and get that on your calendar. Registration should be open up on our website, and we are looking for sponsors. So if you are interested in sponsoring, please shoot me an email or come speak with me. I think we also have some handouts in the back for the sponsorship opportunities as well. With that, we hope to see you guys tomorrow morning. One reminder that we will have 14K Media with us here in the room. They're making a great 70th year anniversary video for us that we're hoping to debut at our fall conference. So bring bodies in here. If you brought any Club 20 gear with you, make sure you're repping that strongly, or your cowboy hats, that too. Make Western Colorado strong and proud, okay? So we'll see you bright and early at around 8:10, I believe we start, or 8:15 with some federal updates. So we'll see you all then.
Thank you, everyone, for attending. We're adjourned. Thank you all.